Casper for the next 2 days.
I now call the December 17th, 2024 Finance Committee to order at 6:45. Chair would enter a motion for the consideration of claims.
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion for the consideration of claims to be paid in the amount of $640,092.19. Elon credit card in the amount of $9,642.25. Manual checks in the amount of $75. Payroll and liabilities for December 2nd and December 13th, 2024 in the amount of $398,934.55 for a total of $1,048,743.99.
Do I have a second?
I'll second, Your Honor.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair would recognize questions from Mia or Kyle Butterfield.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything at this time.
I don't have anything else to offer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Therefore, the committee needs to review. You have anything or anybody?
Your Honor.
Okay. Then we call this adjourned at 6:46. Thank you. Mia, how is it that I have so many properties and I have to pay a
You can keep talking, we still have 2 minutes, so you don't have to. Everybody always gets to an awkward silence.
2-minute warning.
Yeah. Now you have 1 minute. Blame you. Braden's a good kid, but he needs to take no for an answer.
He's gonna be late.
Yeah, now we're gonna be gabbling him late. All right, we're ready.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any lashes? I now call the December 17th, 2024 regular meeting of the Riverton City Council to order at 7 p.m. Councilmember Bailey, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Pronto, are you all right giving us the invocation?
Sure.
If everyone could please rise and remove hats.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, we come together seeking your guidance. Bless us with clear minds and open hearts as we navigate this meeting tonight. Lord, guide our decisions so that they reflect not just the will of the people, but your unending love and justice. May our actions tonight bear the fruit that nourishes your creation and brings us closer to your divine love. We also lift in prayer all of our first responders, our military, and their families. Please grant them safety, strength, and resilience as they serve and protect. Amen.
Amen.
I know we're a little bit tight here tonight. You may be closer to your neighbor than you like. Well, we are getting the flooring done at the police department. We have our officers using that space behind you there. So normally, with it being this full, we just say open up the divider and everybody can use some more room. But I know some of you are probably here just for one item, and that may be the swearing in of our new officers, which is great. You're welcome to stick around the whole meeting. You're also welcome to leave once the officers get sworn in if you like. That means you, Brandon. I'm just... Anyway, thank you, everybody, for attending, but I just wanted to let you know, normally we would open that, but that space is being used. All right, Administrative Services Director, Ms. Harris, if you could please conduct the roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Dean Peranto.
Here.
Councilmember Lindsay Cox.
Here.
Councilmember Mike Bailey.
Here.
Councilmember Carla Borders.
Here.
Councilmember Kyle Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Christy Salisbury.
Here.
Mayor Tim Hancock.
I am here, and we have a quorum, and everyone who in attendance here tonight. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda with the removal of the item with the WRTA report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Larson, second by Councilwoman Salisbury. No, Councilwoman Borders. I didn't even look. It came out of my left ear, so
No big deal.
into my left.
If you look at it.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Introduction and oath of office, patrol officers and community service officer. Police chief's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight, we are excited to add more personnel to our police force. Year and a half ago, our staff applied for federal funding for 2 community service officers. Tonight, we're going to be swearing in the 2nd community service officer who will be joining our ranks. This time, I'd like to invite Connor Knope to please come forward while I introduce him. Connor comes with us. He's been in Riverton and Wyoming for several years. He loves big game hunting and exploring. Since 14, he's been in either EMS or law enforcement. The last few years working for BIA, and before that serving our county through the ambulance service. In 2019, he graduated Natrona County High School, and he values his time with family and friends. And his interests and experiences drive him to make a positive impact. And tonight, we'd like to welcome him. And tonight, we would ask his friend Dallin to please come forward and present Community Service Officer Connor Knope with his badge.
Thank you. Out of turn, face me.
Yeah, I got to listen to the lieutenant.
Connor, please go and stay up here for get the. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to ask Dustin Pritchard to please step forward. Dustin comes to the police force. He was born in Escondido, California, and was raised in Red Bluff. He's worked for Walmart for the last 10 years, and the last 2 years served as assistant manager here at the Riverton Center. He accepted a job here in Riverton, Wyoming, when he moved. And in his free time, he enjoys fishing, hunting, and doing anything outdoors, such as exploring Riverton and the surrounding area. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to invite his wife, Kayla, to please come forward to. Please, go ahead. Yes, you can stab him now.
If you draw blood and it's consented to, it's not a crime.
That's right.
Actually, it could be a crime.
Now you gotta get sworn up.
Dustin, you can step over there for 1 second because we have more. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to ask Zachary Ben Savage to please step forward. Zach Ben Savage was born and raised in Petersburg, Florida. He enlisted in the Army for 4 years and served also as a deputy in Florida for 4 years. He's received Army Achievement Awards and Army Commendation. And during the time as he was a deputy sheriff, he worked various assignments and incidents, including the riots in Petersburg and numerous hurricane relief efforts on the East Coast. In his free time, he enjoys hiking, camping, and deep-sea fishing, which he might need to travel a little bit from here.
No hurricanes.
There's no tsunami escape routes here. This time, I'd like to ask his mother, Lisa, to please come forward and pin Zach. Your Honor, we're now ready for the oath of office for our 3 new members of the Riverton Police Department.
All right, if you can meet me over here at the podium.
Hey, do we yell or scream or go, yeah? Yeah, 3.
All right. If you want, you can come closer here. You can read it as you go if you want. You can raise your right hand. I'm going to just say I. I'm not going to say your names, but you need to say your name, okay? So I, and then your name, and then we'll go forward from there, all right? Ready? Just repeat after me. I
I, Zachary Van Savage,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
that I have not knowingly violated
that I have not knowingly violated
any law related to my appointment
any law related to my appointment
or caused it to be done by others,
or cause it to be done by others,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yippee skippy.
Welcome aboard. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome aboard, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the mountains. Another NCHS graduate. Sorry.
Sign that. Chief. I certainly wasn't intending to be dismissive. I just know how this tends to go, having been here before with people swearing in. People come, that's what they're here for. It's okay if you take off.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
what is our manning now?
I would say that Mr. Butterfield would probably be good at answering that because we just talked about it yesterday.
Your Honor, if you'd like, I'll bring that up during my roundtable report.
That'd be fine.
I don't know if I can wait.
Patience is a virtue.
I know.
Maybe not when you have.
Yeah.
It is a virtue nonetheless. Well, thank you. Excited to have you here, Connor, Dustin, and Zach. I know you're leaving, but they're already getting to work. That's good. I guess just so folks know, it's good because we have some folks that are new to law enforcement that are being trained, going to the academy. I think in January is when we have a class going. And then also with Zach, he's got some experience under his belt. So that's good and can kind of come in and get started right away. So appreciate them being willing to step forward and help serve the community. I appreciate their hard work and Chief for getting them here by hook or by crook, I guess.
There's more coming.
Yep, I know. So I guess we have, I think we've still got some swearing in to do. Our next meeting was the plan, so it's exciting. Trying to get up to full force here in the police department and appreciate the hard work there. Okay, well, I had a request from Councilwoman Salisbury to be last, and also asked that Councilwoman Cox be last. And I figure we don't want to have Councilman Pronto be the only one left out of the outgoing council persons. So just to mix things up tonight, I'll do my report, we'll have Kyle do his report, everybody else do their report, and then you guys can do yours.
All right.
Sound good? All right, so we'll start with Councilwoman Borders, if you could start us off with council committee report.
Your Honor, mine's easy tonight. I attended a PAWS executive session this evening, and then I attended the Finance Committee, which Kyle will let us know what happened. And that's all I have to report.
Okay. Councilman Bailey?
Okay, thank you. This last Saturday, my wife and I went and joined the local veterans group, and they served a breakfast with Santa. We served probably close to 300 people, had a really good time. Santa had lots of pictures and candy canes gave out, and lots of little kids, and they were all dressed in holiday festive wear, and it was really a lot of fun to go see and participate in. And then I also attended the Force Committee meeting where, again, they have chosen the Riverview Road improvement as probably their primary project for next summer. Also going to do a lot more pavement preservation, and we're looking to see what, how those come in budget-wise. There may be room for another medium-sized project with the Force Committee funds for next year. And then Airport Road has got some stuff going on. There's some grants being looked at to help do that. That's a very large project, probably in the tune of $13 or $14 million. And so it would take 5 years worth of force funding to pay for it. So we're going to have to find some other avenues to do that. But it also is in dire need of improvement. So,
I did have some discussion about that.
yeah, so,
Okay.
okay. That's all I
Luckily-
have.
Luckily, we have, the voters did approve
Yeah,
4 years of.
the 1 cent Fix Our Roads funding got approved, and so we'll keep fixing stuff, because I don't know if we can get ahead of that curve, so.
Great. Councilman Larson?
Your Honor, I attended the solid waste board meeting yesterday and report back that the Lander transfer station is 82 or 83% completed. That doesn't really spark any interest in Riverton, but with the oncoming closure of the Lander solid waste, and the transfer station would be like what we have currently at Riverton, only it'll be for Lander. The Sandral facility is almost complete, but the contractors, when they were putting in the road, encountered some subsoil that was less than what they had bargained for, and so they have asked to extend their contract closure to December 31st. They are still waiting the gates and the Geiger counter sessions at the gate, and you might ask, why is there a Geiger counter out of Sandral? The answer is because some nefarious people always like to hide things of drilling material into dumps, and that would cause a major problem to us if we had to go out and redig all the radioactive casings, et cetera, that the drillers might encounter. But Sandral is roughly complete now, excluding those two items. And that's all I have, Your Honor. Oh, one last thing. If anybody hasn't driven down Main Street, it looks great. And the lights are, Mayor's not here, Warpness.
Oh,
And
say,
the lights have been replaced, and it looks good. And I think it's a welcome sight for people coming down from other directions into the city of Riverton in both directions, either from north or south or down US 26. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I will say that was some feedback that we had received. I think we had a community member that came in and made a count of every single light that was out, just so we could be aware of it, which I appreciate. I mean, it's good to know that. But had a count of all the lights that were out, and we've taken care of that. And we have new bulbs that will hopefully last longer than the ones that we had that were lasting. They were pretty quick and they were expensive, so. Appreciate Public Works Department getting on that. All right, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to start by first wishing you and our community a Merry Christmas and a happy holiday. As folks celebrate their traditions with their families and friends, we hope them a safe holiday and thank them for being in Riverton. I'd also like to preemptively thank our employees who dedicate themselves to serving on the holidays, which include our emergency response personnel, our public works staff, and others that need to come in order to provide service. So we appreciate their dedication to our community. In response to Councilman Larson's question as it relates to police department staffing, fiscal year 25 budgeted 28 positions for sworn officers or sworn law enforcement personnel. These sworn positions include the chief, the captain, the lieutenant, our sergeants, our detectives, and our patrol officers. And our patrol officers also that support the school resource officer program. Currently, with the 2 swearing in that we had this evening, of the 28 budgeted positions, we now have 26 that are filled, meaning there are 2 vacancies. I would like to also recognize that we have 2 members of our team that are serving our nation, and they're on military leave. Our thoughts go to them and their families at this time of year. They are definitely serving a higher cause and supporting our nation. As has been reported in the weekly report, we were sad to lose Officer Kendall Kramer. He had an opportunity in the private sector and chose to change his career path. He was a wonderful part of our team, and we wish him the best as he found something that worked better for him and his family. But in response to your question, as we include all of our sworn positions, we have currently 26 of the 28 budgeted positions filled.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield.
I don't know why I stopped there. I have more to share.
No, I know you did. I just was readjusting and getting ready to write.
Well, it's funny. I have more to share. We have our airport board meeting scheduled this Friday at 8 o'clock that will be here in the council chambers, and we invite the public to attend that. We also have a planning commission meeting scheduled this Thursday at 5:30 that will also be in the council chambers. Coming before the planning commission will be a home occupation permit application. I'd like to recognize a lot of our team tonight that supported the police department flooring project. We had several from our building maintenance team, our IT team, and then the police department itself that supported that. A local contractor was hired, and the end product has turned out very well. And we appreciate that our officers were willing to operate out of the council chambers and still operate out of the courtroom while that upgrade was happening. But I want to say thank you because it was truly a team effort with one of our local contractors. I'm also happy to report that we have word that Santa Claus, and I reported this last time, is going to make a diversion to Fremont County as he's preparing for Christmas. It sounds like he needs to give the reindeer a bit of a rest, and so as he's traveling through our part of the country, he will be flying into Central Wyoming Regional Airport. Word is that he'll be landing shortly after 3 p.m. on the 21st. So we would like to invite our community, our families and friends, and hopefully the kids that are in all of us, whether young or old, to welcome Santa as he's visiting Fremont County. Finally, I know this is on the agenda, and Mayor Hancock is going to lead our citywide appreciation for our outgoing council members, but I'd like to personally thank our outgoing council members. I really appreciate the trust and confidence that you've put in me and in our staff, and I very much appreciate the time that you've put towards serving our community. Each of you have done a wonderful job dedicating yourself to the betterment of the city of Riverton. And I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
Your Honor, I don't have anything.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so a couple of things that I was able to attend. First off, I'm surprised you didn't bring this up. Do you not like to toot your own horn, or?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But you can.
Did anybody see a tree as they came in here? That was prepared by our own Carla Borders. So you may or may not be familiar with the Festival of Trees, which is a Christmas fundraiser for CES, which is an organization that's near and dear to Carla's heart. She could say that better than I could, but it is. And so she had that tree out there that was up for auction during the Festival of Trees. And our own Kyle Butterfield purchased it, and that's why it's out there. So that's it. If, as you're walking by, admire it. Admire Kyle for paying for it. Admire Carla for doing it. And the other thing to admire is that Carla did that in memory of her mother, who she lost
In June.
in June. So it's still fresh. It's still something that I really appreciate that, Carla. So as you're walking by, I'd ask you to take note of that and recognize Ms. Portlock, who was Carla's mother, who she just lost, and that it's in memory of her, and just that it's really a community effort. And we have a lot of great organizations that do a lot of things in our community, and CES is one of those. And it's interesting to just see how it touches so many lives, right? And so now you get to see a tree as you come by. Unlike our tree, which people may have noticed that our tree out there has been trimmed. We have lights on it, so it still looks nice, but it's our understanding it will grow back. It's not just going to be stumpy like that for the rest of eternity. Could you check it out on your way out, by the way? Thank you. Because I'm nervous. Anytime I walk by, I'm like, this is not looking good. But anyway, that should be back, and appreciate their work on that. And I echo what has been said about downtown. I love Riverton this time of year. I love the way that the lights look. Anytime I drive through downtown Riverton, I just remember how much I love living here. And so I appreciate the work that Public Works puts into that, and the whole community puts into like the lighting of the tree. If anyone was able to attend this last week, Santa came and lit the tree there over at Jason's Park, just right near the depot, and it looks great as well. So I was able to attend that with my kids. They loved it. So a lot of fun, festive things that have been going on. I had the opportunity to attend the Chamber First Friday. They put on the first Friday of the month, they put on an event that is basically trying to learn how to be a better, oh, there you are. I was wondering where Cindy was. Trying, things that might be of interest to business owners in town, and they had a presentation by Will Hill, and it was very well done. I thought it was enjoyable, and of course we had Bunk's Barbecue there, which was a plus. So very well done at that, and I was glad to attend. Also had the opportunity to attend the Wyoming High School mock trial competition. Now, in years past, we have had teams from Fremont County at that. We did not this year. We only had a team from Laramie and a team from Cheyenne, but it was a ton of fun. Didn't really, I guess, attend in my capacity as the mayor of Riverton, but got an opportunity to judge that, and we have a lot of really good youth in Wyoming. They do a lot of good things. There's been recognition of different youth for a lot of different things here in our community lately, from football to Students of the Week, everything like that. And we have some great youth in Riverton and great youth in Wyoming, and it was good to go there and see that there's good youth other places besides Riverton, but Riverton has the best. It's well-known and documented. That's really what I attended, so that's it for my report. Do you want to go first, Christy? Make Dean go first? Okay, make Dean go first.
Excellent. All right, Kyle mentioned this, but this Friday at 8 a.m. here at Council Chambers, we have the Airport Board meeting. And I also wanted to mention, I had some positive feedback from staff about on the Christmas hams. That's pretty cool. And, or holiday hams? I don't know, they're Christmas hams, right? I guess you gotta take that temperature. I'd also like to remind everyone that the Fremont County School District 25 Rec Board grant request presentation will be the 13th of January at 6 p.m. at the Fremont County School District 25 central office in their boardroom. And I also wanted to acknowledge the work and effort that's been done by the mayor, the council, especially city staff and our chief to get us to the 26 of 28. It wasn't an easy lift. It didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of effort from a lot of people, and it took people with resilience and that passion for our city to make this work. It wasn't easy. We spent a lot of time contemplating it, thinking about it, talking through ways to increase those numbers and how to pay for it. And to hear that we're 26 of 28 is really amazing. And I think that we really need to acknowledge that because it's been a community effort to make this happen. The last item, of course, is a little bittersweet, but after almost 4 years on this council, and for some of us, it's our last official meeting, and here in January, we usher in a new council. And I wanted to take a moment and just thank everyone for the opportunity I've had to serve not just on the council with you guys, but also to serve our community. And it's been an honor to work alongside such dedicated individuals in our council. You guys spend a lot of time and effort and energy doing good work for the city, but our city staff, from our city administration all the way down to everybody, even our summer hires that we do for city park work. And it really takes a community. It takes all of us working together to make this a community. I also wanted to say that I've learned a lot from each and every one of you. I mean, the amount of effort that you guys put into making Riverton as great as it is, I'm just really grateful for that experience. And I just want to wish everyone the best as we move into the future and just let you guys know that I'm going to be cheering you on from the sidelines. And I would be remiss if I didn't say Merry Christmas to everyone and Happy Holidays. And I thank you guys for your efforts in being here. I really appreciate when the public comes to city council meetings, because it's great when we sit here and talk to an empty room, but it's way better when people actually show up and try to make that effort, make that change. So thank you. With that, Your Honor, I'll finish.
All right, thank you, Dean. Lindsay?
I think Dean was reading my notes because I'm going to say a lot of the same things. I do want to take this opportunity to thank the community that voted me in for the opportunity to serve our community. I've had a great experience. I'm glad that I had the chance to learn the processes and the effort that it takes to actually run the city of Riverton. And I applaud our staff for what you do every single day. I had a great time. It's a lot to be on this council, and I applaud the new people coming in. It's going to be a great experience. And while this 4 years flew by, I feel like the next 4 years I want to focus on my children. So that's what my next chapter will be. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lindsay, appreciate it. All right, Christy.
Thank
So just
you.
be aware, Christy specifically wanted to be last. And there was some discussion of you can do anything you want to on your last day. I don't know what's coming
I
up.
thought they
here.
knew me better than that, but we'll
She's-
see.
She said that she isn't running for reelection. I don't know if she's wanting to be involved in politics anymore. So I'm not sure what to expect, I guess is the point.
Well, Councilwoman Cox and I came in with a bang, so we're going to go out with a bang. So tonight I've decided to rename our staff and our council members But first of all, I would like to thank my family for their support. If Matt, my husband, and Savannah, my daughter, will stand up. Thank you. Okay, and when I read your name, you can come get your new name tag. So I'll start out with Mr. Butterfield. So he's the city administrator, and he's now going to be called Straight Shooter. And he also, on his tag, says, "I'll be your huckleberry." So, Kyle has the highest integrity. He's honest, fair, level-headed. His experience in public works and the airport resulted in him understanding the need to ensure a balance and provide support for each individual department. He's accessible, gives direct communication to the council, his staff, and the community. It's not often you find a city administrator who you know is telling you the truth and doesn't beat around the bush. While he's accommodating, he also shows strength in taking on difficult issues and with transparency and compassion. He does not shy away from difficult conversations or tough decisions, and that's why he will be your huckleberry if needed. He's first and foremost a husband and father, and we appreciate the long hours he works to ensure everything runs smoothly. We're fortunate to have Kyle lead our city. He does an amazing job overseeing his staff to ensure we're financially sound, have clean water, nice roads, gorgeous parks, a viable airport, and an almost fully staffed police department. Best of all, Kyle listens more than he talks, and he doesn't back down to a challenge. Thank you. Okay. Mayor Hancock is now Mayor Macaroon. Let's talk about it. So, one of the first meetings, Mayor Hancock shared his macaroons with the council, which is a very big deal considering how much he likes them. The first thing that comes to mind to me with him is macaroons, and he'll always be associated with them. Secondly, when I say let's talk about it, do not jump to the conclusion that he talks too much or too long. I appreciate that he consistently asks for input, discusses alternatives on important issues, weighs the opinions on all of us before we make a decision. And I appreciate that about you, Mayor.
Thank you, Christy.
All right. Councilman Mike Bailey. I'm going to call him General Generous or Secret Santa. You'll pass that down. As you can tell tonight, he is Santa.
Oh, yeah, you're wearing red.
Mike runs a tight ship and stands his ground, but what many people don't realize is his investment in the community. Prior to serving on the council with Mike, I had no idea how much time and financial support both Mike and his wife, June, give to the community. He's up early, like 4 a.m., to cook breakfast that he's donated for a good cause. He shows up at so many meetings and community events to give a helping hand or sponsor an activity. He may seem gruff, but he's a secret Santa all year long.
Thank you.
Administrative Services Director, Mia Harris, queen of efficiency and everything. I've known Mia for a long time, but until working with her, I didn't realize how excellent she is. You never have to worry about where the money goes. Mia has her head, or has it down to the last penny. She takes on a tremendous amount of work for all the grants that we have, doing the financial reports, the annual reports. She's checking in with her staff. She's taken on 2 jobs. She's exhausted, and we love her. So you are the queen of everything. Councilman Larson. Councilman Larson is waste not, want not. I will say that I purposely spelt his name wrong in support of Ms. Harris, Miss Mia Harris, who he calls Maya Harris first every time. I just want you to all know that Kyle is a very kind man at heart, and it's been the pleasure sitting next to him and getting to know his knowledge and insight. I I forgot to tell you, he's Oscar the Grouch on his name tag. Partly because it's the garbage can that he does solid waste, and he's grumpy, but he's a good, kind person at heart. I chose his name Waste Not Want Not, not to acknowledge the hours he spent on the solid waste board, in which a very few of us would want to do. But it's also for his attention to detail to make sure we're not wasting or spending any money unnecessarily. I just can't say how much I've enjoyed working with my seatmate on the council. He's been so kind and supportive, and he's put in long, long hours and years, and I'm going to miss him. Max Batista. Meticulous Max. Max has stepped in as a deputy clerk with efficiency and a kindness and a light that leaves you with a smile and a good feeling. His meticulous work embodies the work ethic found in the whole department. He gives off a feeling of sunshine and good vibes, and we're lucky to have him. Thank you, Max. All right. Wasn't sure what to call Brian Eggleston, our Public Works Director, so I decided to go with Mr. Reliability. But the sign is, keep calm and get her done. He's the type of guy you want to work alongside. His sense of humor and ability to not sweat the small stuff and tackle whatever pops up is truly appreciated. He's the Director of Reliability because he's there day or night, rain or shine, and shows up immediately to address the situation. The saying of stay calm and get her done illustrates his work ethic and leadership. I have the utmost respect for him as he presides over a huge department, which includes a lot of dirty work. He has the staff in place in early mornings to get ahead of the snow and in the freezing cold to fix a water break or sewer problem. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Chief Hurtado, the silent enforcer, which also says speak softly and carry a big stick. Chief Hurtado leads the police department, who deals with dangerous, heartbreaking, serious, high volumes of cases daily. He is a quiet person who does many things behind the scenes, such as proposing a new compensation plan to not only increase salaries, but to allow upward mobility and opportunities for financial reward for advanced trainings and longevity. He also has gotten grants to help equip officers and increase support while actively recruiting to fully staff the department. I'm excited about the upcoming mobile reporting capabilities for our officers, and I thank you. Councilwoman Bedazzling Borders with a Care Bear. Carla Bedazzling Borders is one of the most caring, creative, and hardworking members of the council. The time and hours she's put into the community are astonishing. She's one of the people I love to get a phone call from because I know it's going to be something fun. Like, are you available to judge the stars of tomorrow or the Festival of Trees? And the 2 trees she decorated for the CES were beyond bedazzling. One is out in the hall. She is someone you can always count on, and she's the one that listens and stands up for the needs of Riverton. She walks the walk, and her strength and her convictions are admirable. Okay, let me get to it. Councilman Pronto, the Prince of Process. You know how when you hear one thing like Mayor Macaroon, means process is something that I always think of when I think of him. It has the big O on it. And he also elevates community service to a very high level. He's also the Prince of Point of Order and Robert's Rules, so we appreciate you keeping us in line. He keeps us all in line, and he's someone who takes community service to a very high level, serving on so many boards, as you heard him speak of earlier. Thank you. I'm sure you haven't seen the last of Dean serving our community.
Thank you.
And I have Councilwoman Cox, who I named Call for the Vote. Or just do it. Lindsay puts the E in energy and the I in invigorating the community. She's someone who doesn't hesitate to jump in and get things done. I really need to get you a Nike sweatshirt that's just do it on one side and call for the vote, because you always share your opinion, listen, and then let's call for the vote and get it done. She leads by example to have she leads by example in the community, starting with her own family and other high school students to get involved for community service. They've mowed lawns, cut weeds, put up flags, painted over graffiti. She acts. She puts on baseball tournaments. She wins Dancing with the Stars. She promotes recreational facilities and activities for youth. She supports police department improvement efforts. She's been a strong supporter for the Riverton Medical District to provide quality health care, as well as the airport. I can't tell you how proud I am of her commitment and work to make Riverton a great place to live. Finally, I decided to name myself. And it's Councilwoman Salisbury who laughs at her own jokes. So whether you enjoyed this, my family will tell you I always crack myself up. So I want to say thank you to the community, to the council and staff. I have the utmost respect for your service. It's been a privilege to serve with you without conflicts. For the past 4 years, we can disagree. We can have different opinions, but we have not had any conflicts, or you can trust you to say what you'll do and do what you'll say. There's confidence. We can joke around. We can be upset together, and that doesn't often happen. So I appreciate it and applaud you for that. Many of you have experienced hardships and losses, and you still show up. And I just want to say, I really appreciate all of the things that you guys have done. I feel like the council members going out, we've left the city in good hands. We have a viable airport. We have a quality hospital coming here. We have almost a fully staffed police department to take care of some of the issues we're dealing with. We're financially sound. We've done capital projects. So thank you and good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think if I were to have done it, that's a good one. I could see that as a name that fits for you, Christy.
Oh, I forgot to thank IT that's back in the room, but Councilwoman Cox and I already gave them their bag of treats.
Okay, good.
So, thank you, Mr. Hugus, as well.
Yes, they do a great job. And I will say, for example, with some of the police department maneuvering and everything, IT has had a really difficult burden that's been placed on them, making it so that computers can be functioning a lot of different places, and they've done well at it, so appreciate their hard work. Well, thank you very much for that. That's unique, and anybody that wants to know, I do enjoy a macaroon, so. Not that I'm saying anything.
That nickname may stick with you.
I'm okay with it. My daughter makes macarons sometimes, and so that's what you guys actually got when I brought them. All right, next up is communication from the floor. Anyone in the audience wishing to address the council regarding an item that's scheduled for a public hearing will be given an opportunity to speak during that public hearing. I would note, and I think people that have attended meetings also know this, even if it's not scheduled for a public hearing, for the most part, if you wanted to speak during an item that's on the agenda, just get my attention, hold your hand up or something like that, and generally speaking, we don't have any problem with you chiming in and something's under discussion. I would ask you, though, whether it's now or later, for an individual, I'd ask you to leave your comments to 5 minutes. I'll set a timer on my phone. Where is my phone? Oh, here it is. I'll set a timer on my phone, and you'll hear it beep after 5 minutes. It doesn't mean there's going to be somebody who comes out and drags you away to the holding cell or anything. But we would ask you to try to keep your comments to that time limit because we have a lot of things to get done, if you can tell from how many people we have here tonight. I'd ask you to address all comments and questions to the chairman. That's not anything because I have a big head. That's just because parliamentary procedure, that's how we tend to do things. As you're making comments, I'd ask you to keep it directed to the issue under consideration and to refrain from making comments of a personal nature that may reflect on the character or conduct of another person. Personal criticism, ridicule, name-calling, that kind of thing. I'd ask you to also avoid fighting words and, if at all possible, the use of individual names. So, if you'd like to speak, your time is yours right now. I'd ask when you come up to just tell us your name, and if you're with an organization, tell us the organization you're with, and we can go from there. Anyone in the audience who wants to speak?
Hi, my name is Janet Henshaw, and I was here at the last meeting. Oh, I don't, Janet Henshaw. I was here at the last meeting, and we were talking about the shelter and some things and some issues. So what I've done is, I saw the article in the newspaper, and that gave a little bit of information about what was going on, but I still have not personally heard from anybody about some of the issues that I had brought up. So I personally went over to Lander and I went to the shelter there and I looked to see what they were doing, how they were running it. And I spoke with Alex. She was absolutely fantastic. They have a microchip program that's absolutely free. We paid $3,800 for ours this year. They have all of their animals, everything is listed out 100%. They take Lander strays, res strays, they've got Hudson strays, they've got Lander surrenders. Every animal, every piece of information is right here on a daily basis, so you can take a look at that. And Alex was amazing because I asked her if there was anything that could help so that we could get some more information about, what is available for shelters. How do we get grants? Where do we get grants? So one of the things that's going on is called the Best Friends Conference, and that is in Palm Springs, California, and that actually happens in February. If you signed up before the 12th, it was $295. After, it's $495. But there's all sorts of resources, grants, programs, anything for animals and for the community that we can do. She gave us training resources. She gave us transfer partners. She gave us her entire intake, all the information, what they do, how they do it. She also gave us all the software and everything that they use. There's incredible software that's 100% free that tracks the animals with their tags and all of the paperwork that they have. They give every single adoptee all of these fabulous different pieces of paper that give you information, what you can do, where to go, and support for your animals. So I thought that was really fantastic, and she is just lovely. She said that they've taken over 90 animals from our shelter here in Riverton, and this year, and she's amazing. They have 12 kennels, and each kennel is an indoor-outdoor kennel. They have staff members that are there in the morning, and then in the afternoon, 7 days a week. They have 3 full-time staff members, and they're 100% publicly funded, and everything is donation. They are running very, very well. They have the 3 full-time employees actually work 40 hours a week, and they have full funding for that. So there's that. Then I also took all of the paperwork that I'd given all of you last session, and I compiled it all into one report because the individual reports were kind of difficult to read. But one of the things that I was questioning was, there's some things on there that I really don't understand. And one of them is, why is there a depreciation expense on a profit and loss statement? I don't understand that. What are our contract services? It talked here about program income. I don't know what that is. It talked about city funding, but it didn't talk about the money, the $5,005 check that was given from the city, from the county. I guess it's the sheriff's department for the animals that are taken in, and then they pay for those. None of those monies are here. The other thing that I found to be very interesting is that when you looked and you put the information into the adoptions, my number came up to $31,995 when the number that I got off of this other report that came in here was $20,000. There's discrepancy of numbers, a lot of discrepancy of numbers. And so what I would like to ask is that an audit be done, because we don't know where this money is coming from and where it's going. Right now, they're asking for $40,000 for concrete, they're asking for $10,000 for other maintenance. I believe with what I'm seeing, because I went to the IRS page and I looked, and on the IRS page, what it stated was that, I can find it here, but anyway, it was $348,000 for '23, okay? Now, I heard that the budget was $280,000. Where's the money? Why is there this discrepancy, and I don't understand it? All I care about is the animals. That's it. It's just about the animals, having them having a healthy environment. I know you went off. Can I read one thing really quickly? Okay. I've gotten a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls. People have found my phone number, which has been interesting. Janet, I saw your information in the article about PAWS. I couldn't agree more about the sad conditions. My daughter is developmentally disabled and works through the DVR program and works at PAWS a few hours a week. She had told me many times that when she gets there, the dogs are completely out of water, their animals are left in crates that have been forgotten for hours, and many dogs are injured from fights. She loves being there to help with the animals, but the conditions have continued to decline. Not sure what steps we need to take next, but I will help you in your endeavors. All I want is these animals to be taken care of. That's it. Sorry I went over. And happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, after you spoke to us last meeting, I wanted to have PAWS actually give us, and normally they would give us a report prior to requesting funding anyway. And so we wanted to hear from them directly. And so that's kind of was as a result of your report.
Okay.
And not that anything's been forgotten or not going to be addressed, but we wanted to start with that and kind of see where things go from there.
Okay.
So thank you
Wonderful.
for following up.
Thank you so very much. And I still have 3 dogs available for adoption.
Okay. Thank you, Janet.
Good evening, Your Honor and Council. I'm Cindy Olson-Roden with the Riverton Chamber and Visitor Center. Just want to give you my update on what we've got going on and what we've been doing. Our first event is this Saturday, December 21st, in conjunction with the Downtowners, WYOMING.com. We've got Christmas on Main Street, where there's going to be Santa Claus in front of Jerry's and horse-drawn wagon rides. So we're looking forward to that. Should be a great kid event. And then January 3rd, we've got our legislative question and answer session. I know I've talked to quite a few. We've got a few open slots left, if anyone wants to get in on those. January 10th, we've got our Lunch and Learn. Colin, my administrative assistant, and I are going to put on a membership portal benefit, what you do when you log in as a member, all the benefits in that portal, as in you can post your jobs that are available, you can post your promos, whatnot, a lot of benefits. So we're going to put a presentation on about that. January 16th is the Chamber's annual meeting. We've got 3 nominations for one board position coming up. And then January 23rd, our after-hours event at the Riverton Senior Center, hosted by Wyoming Community Bank and Brown Company and a couple other nonprofits. So we've got a busy January, and we're looking forward to it.
What time is the Christmas on Main Street, the day and time?
I'm sorry, 4 to 6 p.m. this Saturday in front of Jerry's. Bring your kids.
Great.
Okay.
I may be able to attend. I'm not
Okay.
sure if I'll be back in town, but
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
thank you, Cindy.
Good evening, Your Honor and Counsel. I am Rowena Bland, citizen at large. I have some questions and concerns about the 0.5% tax funding. I have some issues that I've had several people contact me and talk to me about, and I've talked to several people about them. Some of the questions that have, the tax did not pass this time around because the people, we the people, feel like that there were not enough transparencies and fiscally responsible funding. Don't feel like it was done properly, according to the memorandum. And the committee that the council and that you all appointed feels like that they weren't heard. So I have 3 points here that I just want to throw out there. The EDGE committee that was appointed by you all had recommendations for the remaining tax revenue, and that board feels like they were ignored. I feel like that their recommendations were ignored as well. And I would wonder why. I would ask the question, why would you all, when you appointed someone to do something, gave them a task, why would you ignore their recommendations? The Riverton Medical District requested $250,000, is my understanding of the numbers, and they were awarded $325,000. Again, I would ask why you would give someone more money than they asked for. And let me also say that I'm in full support of the hospital and the airport. I fully support those two, but it's not economic funding. Economic development, to a point. The memorandum of understanding, as I read, because I got a copy of it, it says, clearly states in here that 30% of the revenue must go to air service and ground transportation, which I'm assuming that that happened before any of the funds were ever divided between the other municipalities. So that leaves 70% that was supposed to go to economic development. Why was the remaining funds awarded, allotted, allocated, however you want to call it, to the airport when the airport already had their 30%? The airport and ground transportation already had their 30%. Why was there more money given to the airport out of the 70% that was allocated for economic development? And that's, I have a whole lot more, but that's all I'm going to throw at you right now.
Well, you got 1 minute and 45 seconds, Rowena. I mean,
I don't think it would be wise of me to go further. I just don't think it would. I think that the people have tried to say what they felt about this. I think that you all have been contacted at some point in time or another by someone, somewhere down the road in the past that has said, why is this happening this way? Why are people, because they feel like that the people who've been awarded have not been held accountable. They feel like that people feel like you all have not been fiscally responsible with those funds, and those are my dollars. They're my taxpayer dollars. They're everybody's in here's taxpayer dollars. So I don't agree with what the county did with some of their funds. I don't agree with what Lander did with some of their funds, but I don't have any say in those matters. I should have a say. The people of this city should have a say. And when you don't even respect your own stuff that you've put out there with the memorandum of understanding and what the requirements are and how those funds are going to be allocated, and you all don't even respect that, why would we respect what you all have done? Why would we lay down? And I'm standing here by myself tonight because I feel pretty passionate about it. And I know there's a lot of other people that have too. Couldn't be here for one reason or another. My time's up.
I was giving you as much as I could, and you're fine if you have anything to,
Nope,
Finish up with,
I
Karina.
probably have said enough.
well, thank you, I appreciate you coming in. Anyone else? All right. We have the consent agenda items. I guess, let me, and I can't speak for the whole council, let me address just some of these, because I think there's a lot of questions that people have about the half cent, number one. So, just so people are aware of what's worded, there's some differences, I guess, between what you have. You have ballot language, you have the state statute, and then you have the MOU. The MOU was the vehicle to make it so that each of the organizations within the county, so we're talking Pavilion, Shoshone, Riverton, Du Bois, and the county, Lander, I almost left out Lander, Hudson, and that all of those organizations would provide the money as has been agreed upon to WRTA, well, not to WRTA, but for ground transportation, which for the most part was taken up by WRTA, and then to the airport. Other than that, as long as what was approved by each of the individual municipalities or the county fit within that broad definition of economic development, that is at their discretion to determine how to spend it. Now, I'll tell you, there's a lot of people that did talk to us, and I think everybody can attest to this, about a lot of different things. But it's hard to put one central message to any of it. That's just the way it is when you have an electorate. The only way you can ever get a central message for anything is who they want to vote for a position for the most part, right? Other than that, you can have people come up and say, well, most people feel this way. And yeah, you might find that a lot of people on Facebook feel that way, but the people who take their time out to actually come and contact me might feel a different way. The people who come to meetings and speak to us might feel a different way. You're talking about a community that has at least 10,000 people, of which the vast majority of them are voters. But each of them have a different opinion, and being able to boil that down into one central message is really difficult. And if you think that sounds difficult, that's what each of us have to do. And guess what? We don't always agree what the message is. I mean, we've had times we're up here and we're talking, and Christy might say, well, I've had people reach out to me, and most of them have said this. And Lindsay might say, well, most of the people that have reached out to me have said this. So I'm not trying to say like, hey, look at us, we got a tough job. But it is tough, because we get a lot of feedback, and it's hard to decide, is this represent a majority opinion, or does this represent a vocal minority, or what does it represent? So I agree with you that there's a lot of people that are unhappy. I would say that the message that I got the most from voters was that they didn't want money going towards private enterprises, of which I would say each of the applicants that EDGE approved were private enterprises. And I think most of us on the council kind of got that message. That was what was the focus of the anti-half-cent group. And so I think for most of the council members, it made sense then, if we're going to be deciding where to put funds, putting it either in something that's the hospital, which I think is definitely economic development, and I mean, that's going to make a huge impact on the economy here. The airport, which we've actually had studies that have been able to show the economic development that that provides to the community. So now, is that good? Is that wrong? Is that right? I don't know. But that's what we have to kind of distill up here, how to do it. So I really appreciate your feedback. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I love is members of the community willing to stand up and say, hey, I don't like the way this is done. You can go back and look at the meetings, and you can see when we first started, when I was first elected as mayor, a lot of the feedback I got was, hey, we want money to be spent on recreation. We want it to be spent on things like the ball team and the hockey and that kind of thing. So what did we do at the very next opportunity? Spent it on recreation. We had people that then gave feedback and said, wait a minute, we don't want it just spent on recreation, we want it spent on small business. So what did we do at our next round of funding? Had it mostly small business. So there's always different messages that we get. We try to be responsive to them. It's hard. I don't know that there's a perfect answer, but we try to do the best we can to represent our constituents with how we vote on things. I think it's been a really difficult thing to decide what to do with that. We all had to deal with all of a sudden, here's this money, it's taxpayer money, and then, acting like everybody has the answer, but the reality is nobody has the exact right answer that's going to keep everybody happy. So I appreciate your feedback, and I understand, and I would say the EDGE committee all along has been it's meant to be a committee that is providing recommendations. They have never been the committee that actually makes the decision. We've disagreed with them frequently. They've made recommendations for funding. We've said we want to fund more. They've made recommendations for funding. We've said we don't want to fund at all. And as a matter of fact, that was something that was a little bit of a bone of contention sometimes between us, was we weren't always in lockstep with EDGE. We never have been. So anyway, I really appreciate the feedback, and I would welcome anyone who wants to visit with me about it. Feel free to come in and talk to me. I do office hours every Monday night. You can talk to me on my cell phone, 840-1206. I'm willing to speak about it. I'm one vote on the council. We have 6 other members of the council, and we all kind of have to vote our conscience and feedback that we've received.
Your Honor, I'd just like to address 2 things. Throughout the last 4 years when we've done EDGE funding, we do get application recommendations from the EDGE committee. All of the applications are available in the minutes, in the packets. And if you go back and look at some of them, we may not discuss them in our city council meeting, but we have all the information provided to us to discuss and look over. And some of the recommendations would clearly upset people more if we funded than if we didn't. And there was no reason to address some of the proposals that were basically pay for my roof, pay for electricity, pay for my windows, pay for my siding of my house, and it may create one job. So it's not that we don't appreciate the hours and time the EDGE group comes in, but we have to be accountable for what we propose and approve. And secondly, that's a new word tonight, Kyle Butterfield will share with anybody the contracts, they're also in the minutes, that show that where the financiers are going, the reports that are giving to us. They come and present what they've done after to show us where the funds have gone. They show how many employees they've hired. All of that is provided. There is an accountability. There's a clawback clause. If you do not do what you say, we can ask for the money back. So all of that is available. And the AXA tax group, I did hear from a lot of people that did not want to fund private businesses and didn't think that was fair. And in regard to the hospital, I did recommend a higher level of funding because we had an individual that put their neck out for $1 million for the USDA to approve construction on the hospital. None of the people on the hospital board receive a cent of financial incentives, not one bit. They put years, they put their own money in, and they're the only group that have provided 140 new jobs and 90 jobs for construction. So if that answers your questions, I hope so. If not, you can contact me, even though I'm done, but.
Not until January.
Got 2 weeks left.
And I always hesitate to respond to some of the things from the dais because then it sounds like, it's an attack or it's a response that's trying to, put you in your place or whatever, and that's not my intention. So I hope that's not what you think I'm doing. I'm just trying to say why I see that the actions have been done as they've been done, and hopefully provide just a little bit of feedback, to hopefully, quell some of the things that get said that I don't know to what extent people know or really understand. So I hope, Rowena, that you can take this in the spirit that it's meant, which is just trying to tell you my perspective and not try to force it on you, because you are certainly welcome to disagree with me. Everybody here disagrees with me at some point or the other, and we still would probably go to a Christmas dinner together and not get in a fight. Maybe. So thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback, and
Like the voters said what they said, and they voted it down,
right,
when it didn't come back.
right.
We have to think about why it didn't get passed again.
Right. And that's,
And we have to take some accountability for that.
right. I agree. And I'm with you 100%. And that's really where all of us were going, was we want to be responsive to the vote. We want to say, okay, whatever we're going to be doing here, same thing I think we've been doing from the beginning, is trying to be responsive to the public, right? People want it for rec? Great, let's do it for rec. People want it for small business? Let's do it for small business. So, I mean, we've tried to be responsive. Hopefully we don't get it wrong, but maybe we do. So I appreciate that. Okay, consent agenda. Ms. Harris, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Approval of the minutes, December 3rd, 2024, regular council meeting. Approval of the minutes, December 17th, 2024, Finance Committee meeting. Approval of the Finance Committee recommendations, December 17th, 2024. Approval of the municipal court report for the month of November 2024, and the Ryan Park Addition replat number 4.
Right, items requiring further discussion. Mr. Larson?
Your Honor, the Finance Committee met earlier this meeting, and consideration of claims to be paid in the amount of $640,092.19. Elon credit cards in the amount of $9,642.25. Manual checks in the amount of $75. Payroll and liabilities for December 2nd, 2024 through December 13th, 2024 in the amount of $398,934.55 for a total of $1,048,743.99 was approved by the Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilwoman Cox with the second. Any discussion?
Your Honor, I'll abstain from the Bailey Enterprises line item on the Finance Committee report.
All right, Councilman Bailey. Any other discussion?
And Your Honor, I'll abstain from any warrants paid to Traveling Computers or WYONET.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Recognition of outgoing council members. City Administrator's report. That's what my script says, Mr. Butterfield.
Your Honor, thank you. As I mentioned in my roundtable, we've been very pleased to have you each serve on the city council, and we appreciate it. We do have an item to recognize and say thank you, and I know the mayor wanted to provide that and give it to you, so I'll get those items out, and then Mayor, I'll give you the opportunity to do that.
I'll meet you down there then. With Councilman Pronto, Councilwoman Cox, and Councilwoman Salisbury.
This is the unswearing.
All right. Yes. Yeah, I was joking, and I told Mr. Pronto he was going to have to raise his hand and repeat the oath backwards so we could. And I told him unswear, and he said, I actually think it would be de-swear. So if you want to know what kind of person Dean Peranto is. That describes it very well. The prince of process, and I loved that she put it that way too, because that's how he always pronounces it. And, you know, the rest of us yokels around here, and I'm not calling you yokels, I'll just take that as myself, call it process, and I love that Dean calls it process. Dean, it's been an absolute pleasure to serve with you, and I think I really appreciate that Councilwoman Salisbury came up with a recognition for you, because I think she said everything I'd want to say. Dean is somebody who really has the public at heart. Service is, I think, as much a part of him as the fact that he's usually going to be wearing a green shirt and that blue pullover. It's down to his bones. And he's always somebody who's good to talk to, good to listen to. I will miss you on the council. Being able to have you there and always be thinking deep thoughts about things, and it's always good to have your perspective, and I'll miss it. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Oh, I guess he's back here at the camera. He's
Oh,
hiding.
yeah. He's hiding.
Well, thank you very much. It's upside down backwards.
Yeah, it's what you do is you turn it this way.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do I get the handy carrying case?
Yes, yeah, I was going to give it to you. I was going to actually shut it, but you know, you would probably want to put it in it.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Cox. So here's what I'll tell you about Councilwoman Cox. For people that don't know about Riverton electoral history, we ran against each other 2 years ago. So coming onto the council, 4 years ago, geez. Yeah, she didn't run for mayor. 4 years ago. Thanks, Christy. See, I'll miss that too. We ran against each other 4 years ago. So coming on the council, I did not know what that was going to be like, but I have been pleasantly surprised every day. Anytime I get to interact with Lindsay is a good day. She's always got a positive outlook. She always tries to put a positive spin on things. She's also always aware if the meeting is starting to get a little long. So I loved that, you know, call for the vote. When she's kind of like, you know, we've talked about this enough, we're going to vote. So we're probably going to have longer meetings without you. They might be shorter without Dean.
Not true.
But really, it's been a pleasure to work with you. And I think very similar to Councilman Peranto, the amount of service that you put into the community, and kind of like Councilwoman Salisbury was saying about Councilman Bailey, until I got on the council, I didn't know just how much you donate your time and your efforts and everything for so many different organizations. And it really means a lot, and it makes it so that our community can run. And so you'll be missed on the council. I certainly look forward. You've said you're still going to be focused on and trying to spend time with your kids, which to me means you're going to still be involved in a lot of different organizations. I can't see you having that change. So I really appreciate you. And okay, yeah, yours is correct. There you go. Thank you. And you can have the box. All right. Councilwoman Salisbury. So, Councilwoman Salisbury, if you don't know her, is somebody that is not afraid of giving you her opinion. And I will tell you, anytime I talk about what it's like to be mayor, anytime I talk about what it's like to serve in this capacity, I will always tell people one of the best things you want on any board is you want to have people disagree. I think a healthy board has people being willing to step forward and say, hold on a minute, I have a different opinion. And Christy's always willing to do that. And that makes it sound like I'm calling her disagreeable. I'm not. I'm saying that just like she was saying that what she values about me is I'm saying, hey, let's talk about it. You do the same thing. She's always willing to say, hey, let's look at the alternative. Let's look at some different points of view. And I love that she is not afraid to jump up and say, hold on a minute, let's talk about this, let's figure out what we're going to do. We need that. I mean, that's what we need on any board, and we'll miss that. And I'll miss you. So thank you. All right. Now, I think Ernie's been itching for a photo, so.
Yeah, here, you want to get in there too? Okay. Everyone's eyes are open? Yeah? No, your minds are open. Thank you very much.
You didn't have to. You can do what you want.
Talk to you guys after.
Yeah. It's not like the last time we're going to see you. We still have a meeting. If this is anyone's first time being at a city council meeting, we do not spend this much time usually patting ourselves on the back. But as you may know, with the election of new council members, which is actually a rarity. We have not had, I think, this many council members leaving at the same time, I think as long as I've been back in Riverton. I think the most we've had is one or two, and then some part-term, which is how you came on the council, was with a part-term. And so it's a little bit different, and actually we've been trying to figure out how to, because we've not had it, I've been trying to get signed commitments in blood from the other council members to be here for the first meeting in January, so we can gavel in and have a quorum, so we can actually start the meeting and swear the new members in. So, so far, it's looking good. But on the record, you're going to be here. So if you don't show up, I might send the chief after you. All right. Well,
Get an escort then.
yeah. Police escort.
That's why Lindsay and I gave you guys planners and candies. to
Yes.
meetings.
Yeah. Well, I really do appreciate the three of you. It's been very good to serve with you. I think that one of the best things you can say about any board is that we can disagree but still be able to get along. And I think that's one of the most important things, and it's something that takes an effort on everyone's part. And you three have demonstrated that very well, and we'll miss you on the board.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Community Project Designation, Wyoming Community Gas, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. The information as it relates to the community gas program, specific to the community project support that they provide, is in your packet. We receive these funds each year. Most recently, $12,797 was received, and the other amounts are detailed again in your packet. For fiscal year '25, Wyoming Community Gas is allocating $14,490.01 to the city of Riverton to designate towards a community project. In the past, the city council has designated these funds towards park improvements, beautification, and other community improvements. Wyoming Community Gas would like that the city council designate how they're going to use the funds by the end of this. The designation needs to be submitted by the end of this year, but the improvements can be made before the end of this fiscal year. As Mayor Hancock has discussed with staff, some ideas and opportunities for the use of these funds. Those have ranged from improvements to the downtown parking lot, improvements to our parks, ranging from lighting, equipment, facilities, or shelter upgrades, cases for cultural or historic displays in City Hall, landscape improvements to City Hall, improvements along the Riverwalk Trail. Really, these funds are available for your use and designation. For fiscal year '24, you designated park improvements, and then later specified that those would go to security cameras in City Park. So tonight, we hope to get your direction regarding how you would like to designate your Wyoming Community Gas Community Improvement Funds. And with that, Your Honor, I will leave it to you for discussion.
Okay. Really, I guess it'd just be by motion. If there's something that you think that these funds would be appropriate for. It's a little bit odd to, with the new council coming in January to talk about this now, but Wyoming Community Gas is wanting the designation before the end of the fiscal, or the calendar year. This, of course, isn't something that we're going to be held to, or we're going to be, you know, taken out and strung, but it would be some guidance for staff as to how we're thinking that these funds could be used. Those were just some ideas. I know when we spoke last year, we'd kind of tossed around the idea of lighting at City Park. We had had some feedback there along that Napa corridor that when we have kids especially crossing there, that the lighting there is not good enough to be able to provide for safe crossing there. And then we also discussed the idea of the cameras, and I think had come off on wanting to do the cameras. But the sky's the limit. Well, I guess not the sky's the limit. $14,490.01 is the limit. But we can also leave it broad. I think in the past years, it's just been left as beautification. So,
How are the cameras working, or have they made a difference?
Your Honor, it required some trenching and laying of conduit. The project is still underway, but we finally got the conduit in.
so close.
So, Your Honor, to clarify, the equipment was purchased last fiscal year, but we are working to do the installation now.
Your Honor, I'll make the motion that we continue to do park improvements with the funds allocated. That way it's a broad motion that the next council can amend.
Second.
Okay. Motion is to designate the direct distribution of community project funds from Wyoming Community Gas to park improvements. Motion by Councilman Peranto, second by Councilman Bailey. Any other discussion? Talkative bunch?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
you said the amount was $14,940 some odd dollars?
$14,490.01.
Do we have any idea of what the community parking lot would cost?
More.
A lot more than that. We did talk, and there had actually been a quote for overlay over there. And it was, what, 10 times that? More?
40,000?
That's
That's not a whole lot of pavement.
100 times that, at the very least. So, yeah, it would be a bit to get that done. I mean, we're talking more than $1 million. This would be a drop in the bucket. I mean, you could probably do about, what, 1 square foot of overlay with pavement with
A little more than that.
15,000? 2 feet, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just enough to make the rest of it look really bad.
I mean, this is, and I'm not trying to diminish this. This is something that can make a difference. I think the cameras are a great idea, and I think they can make a difference for safety at City Park. I mean, it's kind of an after-the-fact thing, but I do think that when we have incidents at City Park, we often have folks that either don't see or don't want to see, maybe ostrich a little bit, and don't talk to law enforcement. And so being able to have video, I think, would be great and would provide for increased safety there. So that's, I think, been a great use of the funds. We can do other beautification things in that area. There's been talk about changing the way that we have the planters there at City Park. That had been something that was in the budget last year, and I don't even think it got in the budget this year. And I don't remember how much that was going to be, Brian. What?
Your Honor, I believe discussion about redoing some of the parking lot and removing planters. The budget we had was over 400,000. I mean, we could remove the planters and stuff for a lot less than that.
And I think that was something we were discussing, would just be staff hours, wouldn't necessarily need to have any funds that would be put towards that necessarily to remove them.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I've had a lot of comments from citizens regarding, you know, the amount of traffic, especially since we put the skate park in, that increased a lot of the traffic and those kids going and coming, you know, across Main Street, across the other streets. And so I think helping improve the visibility and the lighting around city parks is going to be a huge help. And I think, you know, hopefully save some lives, because one of these days, somebody's going to get run over there, so.
Well, and I think that was the thought process, and the individual who spoke to me was specifically talking about pulling in, that's not Washington, is it? What's that cross street where Napa is?
Washington.
Washington,
Yeah.
okay, fine, great, I was right. Talking about, you know, turning left off of Main Street onto Washington, and a kid coming across that until he got there, he'd have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, the Napa parking lot is fairly well lit, but that street just isn't.
Yeah.
We had a quote that I think per light, it was about 1,700 or so, I think.
It seems to me, Your Honor, that the price for a couple lights in that area was going to be right around $6,000.
And I think we talked about 4 of them or 3 of them or something in that area. So that's definitely a possibility. We've appreciated feedback about lights in the past, and it's something that I think can make a difference for safety. If we're talking about lighting, and we were like, well, okay, this is almost 15,000. We have, if we were to do about 6,000 for lights there, that would leave about 8,000 that we could look at maybe putting lights elsewhere.
Yeah.
That could include the Riverwalk, which is great. I mean, we just barely had that discussion regarding the Riverwalk. We could talk about the Rails to Trails, other parks, other locations. So just general parks improvements, I think, is fine.
Yep.
Anything else? Are you going to say it?
Gonna say it?
Councilwoman
Go ahead.
Cox?
Oh, I was waiting.
Call for the question.
All in favor,
Miss
say
Lindsay's
aye.
leaving. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Come on, Lindsay. It's your
I mean, I
opportunity.
think you were baiting me a little.
Motion passed. There may have been some baiting, I don't know. All right, next, Ballard Asterix King, Ballard and King and Associates. I don't know how you're supposed to
Pronounce that.
refer to them. B star K? City Administrator's report about their consultant agreement.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Again, I'll be brief, as this was recently discussed in a council meeting and the information is in your packet. What we're seeking tonight is approval for a contract fee of $59,200 with Ballard King and Associates to perform the feasibility study for the multi-sport complex with an ice component feasibility study. The negotiated scope of work includes project overview and kickoff, market analysis, public input, programming for the facility, concept layout and site needs, capital construction cost estimates, financial and operational analysis, economic impact projections, and a final report with a public presentation. The contract for this feasibility study will be supported by $20,000 from the USDA grant that we received, and also roughly $40,000 from budgeted funds from the fiscal year 25 budget. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to approve the contract fee of $59,200 with Ballard King and Associates and give signatory authority to the city administrator to execute an engagement agreement between them and the city of Riverton.
So moved. I'll second that. Fine.
Councilman Bailey Larson with the motion, Councilman Peranto with the second. Any other discussion or amendments?
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So we are paying, how much the city is paying for part of that?
Mr. Butterfield?
Your Honor, thank you. The city is budgeting roughly $40,000 towards that $59,000 cost, and $20,000 of grant funds will support that.
Thank you. It's good money spent.
just anytime I hear the word feasibility study, I've got kind of PTSD right now, but.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think the scope of work is something that we are wanting to have something, not just, is it feasible, but how can we make it happen and have it be something that can be supported financially long-term?
Well,
That's, I think, very wise on your part, Mr. Butterfield.
most of the facilities throughout the close place are running in the red. The ones in Cody aren't because they have benefactors there that are dumping money into it. If we had a big refinery close to us, which we don't, or an oil field that was just oozing money and trying to, satisfy Uncle Sam by giving money away, which we don't. But the feasibility study needs to be done to make sure that whatever effort we put forward is sustainable.
Yeah.
We didn't figure that out. We've had several projects here that somebody forgot to say, what is it gonna cost to operate this?
Well, and especially if there's going to be any oversight by the city, taxpayer funds that are going to be going to it, we need to know exactly what we'd be getting into. And I think this is our way of supporting whatever efforts there might be made in the future, whatever that might look like.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Pause for Life Animal Shelter Annual Report. City Administrator's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have Pam Canham with PAWS tonight, and she is going to provide the annual report to you as a council.
Good evening, Your Honor,
Good evening.
council members. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity for us to give this report to you, let you know what's been going on at the shelter. I'd like to start with just letting you know who our new shelter manager is. It is Whitney Fonts, who has actually worked with the Pause for Life for a number of years when she was one of the head vet techs at the stock dock. And she brings a lot of experience, a lot of expertise to the shelter. She has redone shelter medical protocols to bring them more in line with the standard of veterinary care that we want to provide. Documentation has been streamlined. The shelter itself has been streamlined in many ways. For those of you who don't know, our board is comprised of myself, Becky Parker, Ashley Aragon, Devin Kellenhall, Lonnie SCHLUCK, Brandy Snyder, and Nita Kehoe. And we also have two people who have put in a lot of time with fundraising and volunteer hours and attending meetings who have applied to be on the board as well. So, new blood. I'll make this as quick as possible because I know this meeting has been long. Our numbers this year, as of December 10th, 268 dogs have come into the shelter, 228 have left. 195 cats have come into the shelter, 179 have left. We are consistently working on securing funding in as many avenues as we possibly can. We obviously have had a long and wonderful relationship with the city of Riverton, and you have generously provided us with $45,000 every year. We have raised, in addition to the $45,000, we've raised $131,476, and this is through shelter fees, fundraising, licenses, reclaimed animals, rabies deposits, surrendered animals, and on and on. And actually, since this report was printed, we have gotten another $5,000. One of our very generous supporters who has asked to remain anonymous donated $2,500 toward our new roof. Teton Therapy has donated $500 toward our new roof. And this year, we were actually asked to participate in the Lander Tree Festival, which the funds from that event go to the Lander Fire Department, with the exception of 2 trees. As of this year, Paws for Life, and the other tree is the Wyoming Pug Rescue. So we got all the money from our tree, and our tree auctioned for $2,000. So we were very excited about that. Grant applications. We have submitted several grant applications. Unfortunately, several of them have been denied. Walmart did give us a grant for $1,500, and we are actually in the process of writing a number of grant applications that will be submitted after the first of the year when the new funding cycle opens up. So if anyone wants to help write grants, we can always use the help with that. Food costs and feeding. Next to veterinary bills, food cost is pretty much the top number. Our shelter manager, Whitney, got us signed up for the Hill Science Diet Shelter Program in March, and we are now able to purchase very high quality food for the same price as we were getting from Purina. So it's helping our animals a lot to have that quality of food, both for the dogs and the cats. We go through approximately 1,100 pounds of adult dog and puppy food within a month. When we are at capacity, we use approximately 2,200 pounds a month. And when we were really, really full, we went through more than that in a period of 3 months, per month. We go through approximately 600 pounds of cat and kitty food every month. When our capacity is extended, we go through about 1,000 pounds of food. So it takes a lot to keep these babies healthy. And our dogs are fed according to veterinary standards. And I would like to give a big shout out to Dr. Amy Stockton, who's here tonight to support us. She is doing monthly walkthroughs at the shelter at no cost to the shelter to make sure that all of our dogs and cats are in prime condition. And after her walkthrough last month, we got an A. So I'm happy to report that. It takes a lot to keep the shelter going. We need volunteers for just about everything under the sun, from walking dogs to helping with grants to helping with fundraising events, social media, helping with website, just the whole gamut. We also are always looking for foster families for our animals. We try and make it as easy as possible for people to foster and adopt. They come in, they can fill out an application online. They can come in and fill out an application. We vet all of our fosters and our adopters, and once their applications are approved, the dogs or the cats, in June we started a new procedure where the animals will go to that family, if they are approved, for, I believe it's 7 days? Whitney? Yeah. For 7 days, just to make sure that that pet fits with the family. Because you don't always know, seeing, a dog or a kitty at the shelter, if they're going to actually work with your family. If it all works out, then they come in, complete the adoption process. We frequently have fosters that fail, and we love that. So, they do the same thing. We also make sure that all the proper documentation is done. During our capacity crisis, which we had a couple months ago. We want to thank all the volunteers in the community that stepped up and helped us with that. We could not have gotten through it without a lot of our dogs going into foster homes. There were other shelters and rescues that took some of our dogs. We are very blessed in that we have a lot of partner, relationships with shelters and rescues all over the state. And it's been, especially the Jackson Animal Adoption Center, they have been phenomenal. So we try and work with as many organizations as possible. We work not only with organizations in Wyoming, but we also work with Best Friends Animal Society out of Utah. We work with shelters and rescues in Colorado. So we are always trying to find avenues for our critters to get good, loving, forever homes. As all of you probably know, we have been in the same building for 20 years. And as with everything, it's starting to wear out after 20 years. Whitney has been in regular contact with the city since March regarding some of the maintenance problems. And for those of you who are not familiar, because the city owns the building, we cannot do any major maintenance without the city's approval. They need to get 3 bids. They need to give us the go-ahead on anything that we do. And we split the cost 50-50 with the city. Money has been set aside in preparation of these costs. We fortunately have all the money to pay our share of the roof. We have the money to pay our share of our new water heater. And on November 22nd, a newly designated maintenance official came out to our facility to assess our needs. And on Monday, December 2nd, our new water heater was installed. So we really want to thank him very much, and thank you, Kyle. On December 9th, work began on repairing our leaking roof. We are in the process of working with the city to come up with some possible ideas to improve the drainage. There is hopefully concrete in the future for the shelter. We don't have any costs on that at this point, but we will be getting quotes on what it will take. That will probably require some fundraising on our part. But we are also looking for approval to replace our smoke alarm system. And in talking with the fire chief for Fremont County, we're not even required to have a smoke alarm system at the shelter because there are no people sleeping there or living there. However, we do want to make sure that all of our animals are taken care of, and if, God forbid, a fire should break out, there would be a way for us to know and get down there and get them. We have installed carbon monoxide detectors. In March, we replaced all of our fire extinguishers. So we have really been trying very hard to keep up with the maintenance issues that we're facing. We are going to be upgrading our phone system. Right now, we have one line and one line only that goes into the shelter. If somebody's on the line, for whatever reason, it will not go to the answering machine. So a lot of times when people have a difficult time getting a hold of it, that's why. Our staff will be talking to someone. It doesn't go to the answering machine. So we encourage people to use Facebook Messenger. because we will reply to messages within 1 business day. Let's see. Some of the changes that we've made, we have completely overhauled the lobby. We have completely decluttered the outside dog area. We've reorganized the cat holding room. We have trained our staff in proper protocols, including training for vaccination schedules, antiviral cleaning methods, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, medical quarantine protocols, deworming schedules, proper protocols for animal arrangements according to current medical standards to prevent contamination with regard to vaccination status. And I have to point out that in the time that Whitney has been with us, we have not had 1 viral outbreak at the shelter, which is pretty amazing. I would also like to just let people know, because it's the season, that we have got a couple of events going on in the next week, that if anyone is interested in participating, coming down, this coming Saturday, we are going to give all of our dogs the opportunity to pick out their very own Christmas present. We have got a pile of toys that we will be putting in our play area, and we will be letting the dogs into the play area 1 at a time, or sometimes 2 at a time if we know that we've got guys that get along really well, and let them pick out their own toy for Christmas. So we will have a photographer there doing a video, so we will be able to put it on Facebook. But if anybody would like to come down, I'm sure it's going to be hysterical. And then Christmas Day, a number of years ago, the PAWS board started a practice where our staff works so hard, not 24/7, but 7 days a week, all year long. So our board members, families, and volunteers go down to the shelter Christmas morning and do all the cleaning and the feeding. So if anyone is interested in coming down and joining us, we really have a really good time. And we serve food and coffee for those. We start around between 8:30 and 9, so we're not asking anybody to get up at the crack of dawn. But those are 2 of the things that we have got going for the holidays. And I just, again, want to thank you very, very much. I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. And I want to thank all the people that came here tonight to support us. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Pam. I guess I'm really curious about the process of who gets to pick the toys first. I mean, is it the fewest demerits or the longevity? What's the process? Whitney, this is the big questions. Longevity, then?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So there you go. Any other questions?
Had to add a little bit of levity to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's been some discussion, and I guess tell me, how many employees do you have there, and what's the full-time equivalent, or how many full-time employees do you have?
Whitney? Because we just had a little bit of an employee turnover, so.
Yeah, we have a little bit of turnover, and some of my people have gone part-time.
You can come on up to the microphone.
I have 5 full-time and now 4 part-time right now. We've had a little bit of changing in our scheduling lately.
I mean, is that enough to run everything, though, or to what extent are you using volunteers?
We have one volunteer that comes in a couple days a week. She spends about 3 hours a day. She helps us get some cleaning done, gives our dogs baths, things like that. What we really need help with is like the grant writing process. Oh man, I just lost my train of thought. I am so sorry.
Have you written any grants? I mean, is that your
We have,
area of expertise at all, or?
No, this is like, since I started in January, this is my first experience ever doing them, but
between me and Pamela and Ashley and a few volunteers have helped us kind of get the wording done. Best Friends Animal Society has helped a lot with that. If we get the basis of it, they can help us write it more professionally.
Used AI?
I think that's part of what they're using to help me. I don't know how it works, but they're doing that part.
Not necessarily encouraging it.
Yeah,
It is something I've heard from other grant writers that's kind of a game changer.
yeah, it sounded like the last one I did, they used some AI to help me with the wording. That's where I was going. We do really need help with anybody who would be willing to sit down and help us with our website and our Facebook. It's a full-time job on its own, and we just don't have the staff. I have a lot of young people working for me, teenagers to young 20s. The hours that they can work, I just don't have enough staff to help me get that stuff in order and stay on top of the managerial side of things. So if anybody would be willing to volunteer their time to help me just keep up on that, we do have one volunteer that's doing really, really well with taking pictures and posting about them and giving some backstory and highlighting, it was Senior Dog Month, or Senior Dog Day a few weeks ago, Senior Dog Month this month. She's been kind of highlighting and getting through those for me. But our website is hard to keep up on, mainly because of how it is the back end of that to get it updated.
Okay.
It's a full-time job on its own that I would love to get somebody who could do it, but right now our budget says I can't pay anybody to.
And your focus right now is on making sure you have the staff to have the care for the dogs.
Yes, I'm more focused on that part than I am on the social media side.
If you were to estimate what it would cost, yearly, if somebody were to, come forward with a donation for a person to do work on the website or whatever.
That's kind of a you question.
I mean, the only reason I bring that up is you guys were talking about okay, we need to do a new roof. How much do we need for that? And then bringing that to the public and saying, hey, this is something we could use. I'm just kind of curious if you'd thought about that.
I think roughly 5 to 10 hours a week is honestly what we need to keep our Facebook and our website up to date.
So
as far as how much I could pay
part-time
hourly.
position.
Yeah.
Not anything that would be benefited.
Right.
Multiply that by whatever you might pay an hour, and there you'd have it.
Yeah.
Tell me about, some of the things that have been discussed, feed and care of the animals. What kind of condition do we have in terms of where they're spending their days, their nights, that kind of thing, the dogs in particular?
So daytime, as long as the weather is nice enough, they're staying outside. Most of our pens are 4 feet by 8 feet, 5 feet by 8 feet. We have 12 pens that are 10 by 10 pens. And then we have our dog run area that we just switch out who can play out there. I do have a few that never get to go out there on their own because they will jump an 8-foot fence. But
I have a dog that would do that too.
Yeah, they are on my priority.
That I got from you, by the way.
You're
Not you, but.
You're welcome. We do have, whenever we have volunteers come in to walk, and we have one guy that's in there almost every day to walk dogs, I have a priority list for them. So when people come in and say, I give them a list of these 5 need to be walked first, they never get to be out in our yard, and they take them out very regularly.
And that's volunteer-based?
Yep, that's volunteer-based.
So you could use people doing that too?
Yes, absolutely.
So you could use somebody, whether volunteer or whether you'd be raising money to help out with social media, Facebook, that kind of thing. You could use more volunteers to help walk dogs.
Always, always, always need those.
Grant writing, still pretty novice at that.
Yeah.
Could use some help. Tell me about, there was some discussion about dogs being fed cat food, water being available. Tell me about that.
So our dogs during the day, when they go outside, they go out initially and the water buckets get dumped. And with the weather as it is now, they're getting about half a bucket of water. Depending on how the weather changes during the day, how fast that freezes, we might have to go out and do it again. So it's kind of a time-dependent thing when you go out there. Right now, the weather's been warm enough that it's not freezing over. I do have one volunteer that comes down, and the same one I was talking about earlier. She comes down and washes all of our water buckets and keeps them clean and filled. At night, so from right before dark until we get there in the morning. They are inside in our pens, and those are 4x8s, I believe, with a raised bed, raised water, and food.
Okay.
It would be wonderful if we had a situation where our dog runs were indoor, outdoor. Unfortunately, that's not what we're dealing with right
Yeah.
now.
That would be
So-
amazing.
Yeah.
And we've had the change with the community development director leaving. That's made things a little bit difficult from our end in terms of responsiveness. We're trying to do the best we can. And I appreciate Mr. Butterfield trying to kind of step in and figure that out. And we have, of course, Mr. Paskett that can help out with some of that.
And two of our major projects were the water heater and the roof, and those were done very quickly with the transition.
I'm just trying to, in terms of what you're saying versus kind of what we've been hearing, I don't really, and I try not to have things turn into a fight, especially from the dais or between people in the audience. So is there anything, in particular that you had heard in terms of the report or what had been brought to our attention at the last meeting, what had been brought to our attention tonight? Anything in particular you wanted to respond to about that?
I know you had just asked about the cat food thing. That was me taking our financial situation into account because I'd already purchased a pallet of food that should have showed up. That one singular feeding, we supplemented in some cat food to top it off. It wasn't just cat food in that mix, just to get them through one feeding till our shipment arrived in the morning, and it had gotten there at like 9:30 in the morning, just in time for our next feeding. From a nutritional standpoint, dogs can have cat food fairly regularly.
You okay with that, Dr. Stockton?
One meal is not gonna hurt the dog.
You're not gonna turn.
What dogs eat, right?
No, could you tell us? No.
Cats.
I can tell you what my dog eats sometimes out in the yard, and it's not fun.
At the time, we had 56 dogs. In order for me to go out and get food for them, to feed them the standard that we had been feeding with the science diet, I would have had to spend over $100 on a singular feeding with that many dogs. So in order to compensate for that, we had an abundance of cat food at the time because our cats had been moving really quickly at that point. So we mixed in some cat food for the one feeding to get them through.
So no concerns about dogs turning into cats or? Maybe that's why they're cranky is because we're not giving them the best food.
I will say if that situation was reversed, the cats would not have gotten dog food because that's not how that works.
Okay. Okay, so that was a little bit of a concern. I guess in terms of being able to compare to what they have at the Lander Pet Connection, what's the difference there?
Well, if I may.
Go.
The Lander Pet Connection is not truly a shelter. They are a rescue. They have, at max, 12 dogs, although they do foster a lot of them. They do a remarkable job, and they have helped us out in the past by taking some of our dogs. What they do basically is no different than what we do. And, in all honesty, if Ms. Henshaw would at any time come to us with her questions or concerns, we would be more than glad to address them. She has never come to us
Okay.
to express any concerns.
Well, and we do try not to, I hear you. Okay, any other questions from the council?
Your Honor, I just have a comment.
Sure,
So,
go ahead.
I'm in my third year serving as the liaison to PAWS, and I can tell you, these people work their tails off. They love these animals. They take excellent care of them. And I find it interesting, the one person that's been raising the biggest stink isn't even here to see this or hear this presentation. And I find that very upsetting. But I just want to thank you for everything that you do. And I don't really see, I know you could always use more volunteers. So if anyone out there is wanting to help, I highly encourage you to get a hold of them. Probably through Facebook Messenger would be the easiest, because I know they take really good care of that page and respond to messages. So I think that's all I have to say. I just want to say thank you.
Oh, thank
And,
you, Carla.
you're
We so
appreciated.
appreciate you. And, I mean, are we perfect? No. Do we make mistakes? Yes. But we work very hard if we do make mistakes to correct them.
Well, and I guess that's the big thing is, and Chief, do you have anything to add? I suppose you're kind of the de facto staff member we've had involved with PAWS. Tell me about concerns you have or what needs you think they have that maybe the community can help fill, or?
Sure. So, Mayor and Council, I've probably spent 35 years working with volunteers. They do a wonderful job for the staff they have. You know, as far as monitoring PAWS, myself and my staff will do our due diligence to go and visit the building, do a head count, so to speak, make sure they're in compliance with the city's contract. Last time was 2 weeks ago when we're under. So everything, you know, other than cosmetics and trying to get more volunteers, we don't have any big issues. Everything can be worked on.
Maybe $1 million?
Yeah.
We do have several officers that come in when they're doing impounds, and don't tell them I told their boss, where they spend about 5 or 10 minutes just going through all the dogs and giving them all attention too. So, you know, maybe that's their count.
I think that's a requirement, isn't it?
I think it
Well,
should be. If it's
Puppy
not,
love.
Your Honor, Counsel, I'm their boss, and they should be spending more time.
okay, perfect. I'll let them know.
I don't know if you've ever seen Lieutenant Wharton's picture over at the police department. It's good. He looks kind of grumpy. He has a bit longer face, longer ears. It's his dog. What's your?
Winston.
Winston.
It's Winston.
I'm sorry. I know it's Winston. Don't bite my head off.
I have to tell you that Winston was our guest of honor at Paws and Pearls this year, and he was, without a doubt, the most popular person at the event.
No doubt. Dr. Stockton, do you have anything that you want to add, concerns or needs that you feel that PAWS has that, I mean, if you had your druthers, what do you think we could do to improve? Do you mind coming up here? I'm sorry. It's not, I don't often call people from the audience and just say, hey, come and talk, but I know you're good for it.
I remember planning the shelter building 20 years ago, and the things that we asked for, and the compromises that we made to do what we needed to do to improve the situation that we had then. We are so far ahead of where we were. And if we had $1 million, yes, we could have our guillotines that go, you know, the dogs can go outside and inside, like we dreamed of from the beginning. A little bigger shelter, some more common areas, those things like that. We always have them on our wish list. But volunteers, time on the website, the software program, we have so, I can't even just talk to you about them here. Maybe we could make a wish list and submit it so that you could see what would make things perfect for us. It's more than a conversation.
I believe that. I guess I appreciate community members, like I've said with anybody. I appreciate feedback. We need that. So I don't want to discourage it. I guess I'm trying to think of how we can improve it and where people could put their efforts. So for example, if somebody wanted to help PAWS, which would be better, giving them 100 pounds of food, which doesn't even do what? How much did you say you go through?
Currently, about
2,000
day
pounds.
and a half to 2 days of food.
Yeah.
The thing they're very careful about is feeding a consistent diet. So that one little feeding, they were nervous about switching over to one, so they mixed it in, as you can imagine, so that they wouldn't have upset tummies. So they try to keep the food very consistent. So if you want to donate food, it needs to be the food that we're ordering.
So that'd be the Hill Science diet food?
I think we have the wish list on the website still.
We do, I do need to update some of that, but yes, it is up there. And even if, science diet is expensive, I'm gonna get cheaper than you guys can at the store just donating. If you tell me specifically this is for food, I will put it towards our food order.
Got it. So I mean, it's kind of like cash would almost be the better option because it's fungible.
I'm paying probably half or less of what you can get at retail.
Okay. So rather than buying it on our own, probably would make more sense to give you money for it.
Right.
You could use somebody if they're willing to come and help you out with Facebook and the website and that kind of thing. You could use people willing to come and walk dogs. Any sort of effort towards the shelter would be great. For the most part, I guess just me, I understand the concerns and I share them, but I also know that we're limited. Okay. Well, thank you for coming in for your report, and thanks for stepping up, Dr. Stockton.
Thank you.
You can come on up if you'd like.
I'm going to chime in. Hi, my name's Zach Vogel. I've been on both sides of the discussion with helping build the shelters when they were overfilled and then I've heard the different sides of the different stories and everything like that. I decided to go down to PAWS and see for myself if half the claims were real or if it was just hearsay being blown out of proportions. I go down there every Saturday now and spend time with the animals because they need pets as much as anyone else. For most of the concerns the other party has had, I do not see it. I mean, yes, these guys are volunteers. Their board members are not paid. They are doing their absolute best with what they have to take care of these animals. And as we just talked, we need the volunteers. I mean, it's not a multi-billion-dollar business that spans different states, counties, and countries. It's a group of 20, 25 people that volunteer their time to take care of animals that come to them in less than ideal situations. A lot of them are underfed, abused, but these guys feed them, take care of them, give them a warm place to be until they can give them a forever home. With the financials, I don't know where those numbers are coming from, so I don't understand why there's a concern about what they're spending money on. Everything I've seen with these guys as I volunteer down there is 100% clean, transparent, and their care for those animals that come into them underfed or abused, they do their absolute best to make sure that they are rehabilitated and find good homes. So as for anyone watching, just come spend time with these animals. They need to know they're loved. And of course, volunteer. It takes one day a week, a couple hours a week to go down, walk a dog, help fill up a water bowl if you see the dogs have knocked it over, and just spend some time with them so they can find their forever homes.
So you've got Saturdays. Somebody needs to come and do Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, the other days.
Yeah, anytime they're open, I mean, it's open door. Just go down there, take a dog for a walk, fill up a water bowl if you see the dog's knocked it over, because they're dogs and cats. They're not going to make sure their plates stay clean and pristine. They knock them over. But they are, from what I've seen volunteering, these guys are doing their absolute best with the funds they have, the building they have, and the people they have. They're doing an amazing job taking care of these animals that come to them.
Well, thank you. Dr. Stockton?
If you don't have time to volunteer, spay or neuter, vaccinate, keep your dogs at home, keep them off the streets, keep them safe, keep your fences in good repair, get your city tags, because $10 of that tag goes to this shelter to help them, and then we can find your pet if it has a little tag on. We also have readers for those microchips. So there's so many things you can do just to keep your pet healthy if you don't have time to go and do those things. And don't forget, we have spay-neuter program at our clinic. And if you can't afford a vaccination, we have free vaccinations for you too. So
Great.
we can take care of you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. First of all, best of wishes to all the outgoing members, and thank you for your service to the city. It is appreciated. I was provided the same packet that you guys were, that you were referring to tonight, and I read through it. I share some concerns about what I read. I know Pam, and I've worked with her, and I've been down to the pound, and I have not personally seen anything that was be concerning at that time. However, I would like to know the outcome of the two incidents that were created regarding the puppies with parvo and the lack of care that they received. So that would be a question that I would have. And as far as the funding is concerned, if everything is being spent as said, then I don't think that requesting receipts would be unreasonable. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. You can go ahead and speak offline if you want. That's okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that maybe, well, you need volunteers at the shelter. Some of the other things that they're doing on a regular basis are their garage sales, setting up for some of these other fundraisers. So if you're not comfortable coming down to the shelter and actually helping with the animals, then some of these other admin things and fundraising things can have you helping the animals without actually having to get dirty. The other thing is I would like to acknowledge how much money and time these individual board members actually take out of their own pockets that doesn't ever get recorded in these financials, that they are kind of getting in trouble for not doing what is right. They are spending their own dollars and hours of their time that is not getting, acknowledged. So those are my 2 cents.
Okay, and what was your name?
Devin Keller Hall.
Thanks, Devin. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I saw your hand before, Mr. Gallitz.
I just had a really quick question for the council.
tell us
You
your
guys
name?
do a lot of grant writing for the city and for all those things. Are there any resources that you would be willing to share with the Board of PAWS that we could potentially use to also be able to get those grants written and maybe find some more of those, since it's sort of a new thing that a lot of us are trying to do from scratch? You guys kind of already have a blueprint. So if you guys had resources that you'd be willing to share, I think that would be awesome for those of us at PAWS that are trying to get some of those grants written and have no experience other than writing very long text messages to the people we love, because that's how we show care. So
What is your name?
Andrea Fritz, Fritz.
Thank you.
I just think that'd be awesome if you guys.
Thank
had
you.
any of that.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it. We can definitely talk about that. Mr. Gallitz? No offense to the people I didn't call by name.
I saw you look past me 3 times. I was like, kid in class. Good evening, council, your honor. I will be brief. I know we've been here for a while. I just wanted to say I've been very fortunate to be a part of a lot of boards. I've been very fortunate to be a part of a lot of nonprofit organizations. And I can without a doubt say I don't know if I've ever seen a board that's more hardworking, more dedicated, more committed to what they do. I mean, you can't go to any event anywhere in town and not see Pam and Lonnie slinging something for PAWS, or you won't see them out doing something actively trying to raise money for these critters. It's always impressive. They've been around. You know that they care. And obviously, they're taking whatever criticism, trying to work through it, build this to be better, taking Amy's vision to be better. I mean, it's an amazing organization that I think we should be proud of in our community. From, I guess, a personal standpoint, their board to get a hold of myself to help out with some of their investment stuff so they can fundraise and be more efficient with raising some money so they can go and complete these projects. I can't attest to the other reports that were given. To me, it seems like they're following very specific investment policies, trying to be as efficient and prudent as possible to make sure that what they're doing is for the good of the organization for a long period of time. And I would also say it's from my experience in other nonprofit organizations, you get really, I guess, choppy waters trying to compare yourself to what other organizations are doing in other communities. Our community is unique, whereas other communities are unique. They've got different situations. So if you're trying to compare apples to apples, maybe you're comparing apples to oranges and you're not seeing that full picture. But I'm proud of PAWS. I think they do a great job, and I think our community is super fortunate to have them. So appreciate you guys a ton.
Thank you. And what was your name again?
Kurt Gallitz. I know, Tim, sorry.
I know who you are. It's just for the people online. Which, ironically enough, they are there. You might not think it, but Ron Warpness actually took umbrage with the fact that Kyle Larson mentioned it in his report about the lights, and he says, if I had known Kyle was going to mention me, I would have been there to address it directly. So, you wanted to come up. Go ahead. He wasn't really upset.
Good.
And what's your name?
Ashley Aragon. I am the treasurer for PAWS.
Okay.
And I just want to let everybody know if you have questions regarding the financials, I can get you the reports. If you want itemized, more itemized, I can get that for you. You just have to ask. One of the concerns was about like the adoption fees, all the different fees we get, where it is, they're not seeing it on the reports. It all goes into one program income, because that's our program. So if you want more itemized, let me know, and I can get the reports. That's what I do, reports.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Ms. Aragon. And I guess what I would say is, the extent that we wanted to have receipts and that kind of thing.
I can do that too.
Great. Okay, well, we're getting kind of late. I'm not going to say call for the question. There's no question? If we can, and I know we have two presentations, and they're both sitting right here in the front row, let's take a quick break, come back at 9:35, and we'll get started again. So we'll be in recess till 9:35. The mustached man.
We lost a few, but that's.
Yeah, that's, we'll get along without him. All right, we're back in session, 9:36 PM. My apologies for letting you have an extra minute of your break. Tree board presentation, city administrator's report, please.
Your Honor, thank you. If it's okay, I'd love to defer that to Mr. Eggleston.
Great, Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you, Your Honor and Counsel.
Going to defer to somebody else now?
Yeah, I'd like to defer. As you recall, the tree board applied for a urban forestry and community grant through the federal government. We're a subrecipient. The Wyoming Department of Forestry is the actual grant recipient. Through that program, the tree board was awarded a grant of $78,000 to perform a tree inventory and a management plan. And tonight, we have the final tree inventory and management plan that was completed by our consultant, Flaming Tree Solutions. With the family up here, Josh Schroyer is apparently, I think you're the presenter tonight, correct? Josh Schroyer.
Mr. Schroyer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, city staff. Thank you for this opportunity to review this inventory, to go over some concerns and also some good things about the inventory. Just a quick summary before we dive in, and you guys should all have gotten that in your packet, so I'm going to be referencing that. All the information's in there. I'll just be pulling out and highlighting some information. So the quick summary, the aerial imagery from our drones, the LiDAR capture, and that was both from drone and ground capture. We did all that in late July and August. On September 4th, the tree board was trained in the tree inventory data collection procedures. And then on September 7th, the tree board then helped train the rest of the volunteer group on those inventory procedures, and then everybody just kind of shotgunned across all the parks that were part of this grant to get all the trees collected. Those other groups included others on the tree board, the master gardeners, the garden club from the mayor's office, and the general public at large. All told, a total of 90 volunteer hours were spent collecting that tree inventory data. We then collated and put all that together and come up with the final report that was delivered on October 15th of this year. As Brian had alluded to, this was a federal grant. It was tied to the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, which meant we could only use those dollars in the census delineated high need areas or disadvantaged, I guess is the term they use. So these are the 6 public areas, parks that was focused on. I will use this as a chance to say we have additional parks in town that did not get done with this grant. And at the end, there is some opportunities for maybe some additional grant money that can include those. So that's just a little primer right now. From the inventory, 2 main concerns came out, and these I think are easily addressed once we know this. The first one is some tree removal, and basically that's a safety issue. There are 7 dead trees. As of this inventory, there were 15 that were either at a high risk of failure or soon to be dead. Kind of the bright side of that is I went through City Park the other day and noticed that at least 1, if not 2, of the trees that were on this list, I think have already been removed. So I know the staff is out working and implementing some of these recommendations. So that's a good thing. The second main concern, and this is with most communities that we do this for, is the lack of tree species diversity. Within these 6 parks, we did count 23 different tree species. Some of those were only represented by 1 or 2 individuals within that species, but almost 2/3 or 65% of the trees were represented by 4 species, okay? So I'm going to reference here the 10-20-30 rule. It is recommended for any community's tree infrastructure that you have no more than 10% of any one species, no more than 20% of any one genus, and no more than 30% of any one family. Now, species could be a red maple. When you talk genus, then you're talking all maples. So it could be a red maple, a silver maple, you know, that's what we mean by family, and then, or by genus, and then obviously there's family. The reason why is in the instance of a insect or disease outbreak, and I'm going to reference emerald ash borer that's wiped out ash trees across the eastern third of the United States, and it's coming. It's not in Wyoming yet, at least not confirmed, but it is as close as Fort Collins. There, a county in North Dakota got confirmed this year, and it is now in Oregon, so it's coming. So here is the breakdown of our species. Now, I said the 10-20-30 rule, and of course then I made my graph the 30-20-10 rule. So on the left is the family, but let's start on the right with the individual species. Now for this we did lump the ash. We did not separate green ash versus white ash, but you can still see ash collectively is sitting at almost 20%, so almost double what we need to be. If or when emerald ash borer gets here, it's a 100% fatal thing. You can just write that 20% off. You're gonna lose those trees. Hence, we don't wanna have any more than 10% so that our urban tree infrastructure doesn't take that big of a hit. I also wanted to point out some others. Honey locust is sitting at 30 trees or 12.9%. Lance leaf cottonwood is 50 trees, so 21.5%. And the plains cottonwood, the broadleaf cottonwood, is at 10.8. Those are above the 10% threshold that we're talking. Now you'll notice I've got others highlighted in blue. If we move over to the genus, most of those are the populus, the cottonwoods, the aspen, and you can see 35% for the populus genus is well over that 20% threshold. Again, I have fraxinus is the ash. We're pushing that 20% threshold as that genus. And then we move farther to the left, the Saliaceae. That's the willow family, which is the poplar and the willow. So we're above that 30% threshold. So what does that mean? It means we need to diversify. Any future tree plantings, we have to do what we can to spread out and get more diversity. Now, the downside is that I'll just be upfront and honest. Riverton, Wyoming is a tough place to grow trees. Okay, we're high desert. If we quit irrigating, what do we got? We got sagebrush and rocks, okay? It's going to be critical that anything we plant gets a watering plan, and that's part of this grant down the road with that second part of the tree planting, but we need to try to diversify. I would love to see no more ash planted. I love ash. They're near and dear to me for a lot of reasons, but I'm the tree expert, and I'm telling you, emerald ash borer is coming. It may not be here for 20 years, but it's coming. And so all of these are going to be gone. When we look at the cottonwood, if we look at the cottonwood, and if we look at what was here, obviously when town was settled, there wasn't any trees. All the cottonwood trees were down by the river, all right? So they're at least native and they do grow here. So I'm a little less concerned. I know we're going to stay over that 10 and 20% threshold with the variety of cottonwoods. They are pretty hardy for this part of Wyoming, but just understand that if something new, we didn't know emerald ash borer was coming. We didn't know Dutch elm disease was coming when that went through in the 70s. We didn't know when these are coming. We don't know if or when something's going to come through and wipe out all our cottonwood. So just know that there's a consequence for staying above some of these thresholds. When we look at the diameter class, we're looking fairly good here. I've put on there that a typical diameter class distribution should look like that reverse J. You have to have a whole lot of smaller diameter trees that will eventually grow into bigger diameter trees. You're going to lose trees along the way. What's interesting is that 14 to 18 inch diameter, based on growing conditions here in town, those are probably a minimum of 40 years old. So what this is telling me in the last number of years is our tree plantings have not kept up with our losses. That little bump in the 0 to 6, we have got more trees planted in the last 10 years, so that's a good thing. It's starting in the right direction, but we need to continue that, okay? The little bump in the 36 plus is a little bit of an anomaly because of how the inventory was collected. If it was a multi-stemmed tree, we measured down at the base, and so that's a little bit of an inflated number. Most of those 36-inch plus trees are actually just multi-stem trees. When you look at them, it still appears like one tree with just lots of stems. But in general, your diameter class distribution is looking okay, but we need to start now to try to get this fixed moving forward. Height class, there's a lot of studies that show that the taller the tree, the better the benefits, whether it's mental health, dust abatement, wind reduction, heating and cooling savings. The thing to note here is we've got a good distribution. Some trees are just not going to get any taller than 40 feet, no matter what their age. Some trees like cottonwood are going to be in that 40 plus within a relatively few amount of years. So I'm not real concerned about this, but it's a good distribution for the canopy heights that we have. Again, working with the volunteers, we showed them examples of each of these trees to give a condition rating. Excellent, no issues or concerns. Fair, some issues or concerns. Poor, has many, or is it dead? The good thing to note here that I want to point out is 53% of our trees in this inventory are in the excellent or good, so more than half. So again, that's something to pat ourselves on the back for, especially considering the tough growing conditions we have here. So that's a good thing. When we talk about the maintenance and management, and again, to move from reactive to proactive, we need to know what we need to do for our trees. The number one priority is going to be that tree removal that I already talked about. And again, that's already happening right now. Most of that is just a safety issue. A dead tree can come down really at any time. Those that are in severe health deficit, again, it's a safety issue. The next one, pruning for clearance. And this is something that we talked about. It's going to cover a couple things. If it's along a street and it has a branch that can interfere with public safety or, so let's, fire trucks, ambulances, I'm going to throw school buses in there. Okay, we need to get those pruned. If it could be lower branches that are impeding line of sight for, say, a stop sign. Again, we live in town, we know where the stop signs are, but what about people who aren't from town, cruising down a side street that can't see that stop sign until it's too late because it's being blocked by a limb? The other thing that we threw in there comes into, we want to make sure that with our law enforcement, that visual line of sight across some of the parks, so if there's a tree, a branch, or something that is hiding something that you guys need to see, that's some of that clearance that we're talking about. So again, it goes back to safety. That's your number 2 priority. And of course, that's just over 50-some trees that need some of that pruning. I'm going to make a differentiation. Pruning is cutting live limbs. I'm a big proponent of there needs to be a reason to cut a live limb on a tree. I call it prescriptive pruning. It's a term we're using in the industry. Safety is a pretty good prescription, I think. So that's why we would want to do that. All right. Versus dead limbs that we call cleaning. Now you can see a whole lot of trees, about 149, have dead limbs that need pruned out, cut out. And like I said, we call that cleaning. That's going to be your 3rd priority just because of the sheer number. Some of them are small and are easy to take care of, and some of them are fairly large that probably going to need some equipment like a bucket truck or a contractor to deal with. All right, here is just, again, for these 6 parks, where the trees are, the numbers of trees that were located amongst each of them. Kind of interesting, we kind of know City Parks got the bulk of them. Monroe Park's got 3 trees, so at least it was represented. There was actually more trees out at Ryan Park than what I originally thought, but there's a lot of Russian olive along that drainage ditch. Okay, here is a good example of a cleaning that could be a high priority. That's a fairly large limb that's dead in that cottonwood on the south side of City Park. Not only the size, but the height. If that would come loose, that could cause severe damage to a vehicle and severe or fatal damage to a person in the unfortunate event that they were hit by that. So some of your priorities, just what that means. Moving on, examples of trees to be removed, and I will say this This Canada Red Cherry on the left is one of them that I'd noticed has already been removed. I should have stopped and taken a look to see if that lance leaf cottonwood that was dead has been removed or not, but I know the staff's working on it. So again, following and implementing the plan already. So excited to see that. We collected the LiDAR. That's light detection and ranging. It creates a point cloud. It creates a 3D digital twin of all these parks. So one of the things that we looked at that again helps with some of our tree management is we classified these points. This is Aspen Park. You can see from here we've got the red indicates the power lines, the green obviously is the trees. We've got tree limbs encroaching on the power lines. We know that's not good, whether that's a city issue, whether that's the power company, it doesn't matter, it needs to be addressed, but that's one thing that we can look at through this technology as well, that again, we may or may not see from walking the ground, or if a volunteer's not trained to be looking for that, this is how we're using some of that technology to find these things and fine-tune the management plan for you. I included this. You in your packet have all the areas. This is a map of each of the parks. This is City Park. This is the new aerial imagery we provided. It's very high resolution. You can zoom in on it, see the cracks in the pavement and everything. Every tree is plotted. I know it's a little hard to see, but if you look in your packets, every tree is plotted. You look at the key, you can see what species it is, so we know exactly where they are. And in addition, we recommended, part of the grant was to come up with and plant 50 new trees. We made a recommendation of 125 potential planting spaces to allow the city some flexibility depending on future plans for some of the parks. We did not verify what there might be, underground utilities, so that might eliminate some spots. But out of 125, surely we can come up with 50 good planting spots. In particular, I want to mention City Park here. Going back and looking at historical imagery, sometime between 1994 and 2003, a lot of trees were planted in City Park. That shows up pretty well, but we have lost trees in City Park ever since 2003 when you look at each Google Earth year that's available. So part of this is trying to repopulate where some of those historical trees were while still maintaining open spaces in the park for, other activities that people use parks for. You need some open air. Of note, where the old ball field was, that used to have a whole lot of trees at the outfield fence, and we're down to, I think, 3 showing up. So we still left that open. Of course, you could always plant more trees there, but just for the purpose of this, we tried to focus on areas that were historically a little more populated with trees. All right, so I've got one question that I'm going to ask first and then attempt to answer. What's next? As you saw in your packet from Brian, and as the whole grant could only focus on part of town. We did not get all the parks inventoried. This is a great start to get us working towards being proactive. I had mentioned there's grant money. I don't foresee any more IRA grant money because it's still limited to those disadvantaged areas. I just talked to a representative from State Forestry yesterday. He still has some money. If he could figure out how to open it up to the rest of the city, he would love to, so I don't want to totally rule it out. But he did mention that the normal community grants, some of which we've used in the past for tree planting, the amounts have gone up. Now, the downside is it's a 50-50 match. But the amount requested has moved from 5,000 to 10,000, so that's a great, that's a $20,000 project potential. But it has to be matched 50/50 regardless. So there is grant money still out there. Some things I see might open up a little more with the new administration. Some grant money I see might get cut with this new administration coming in January. So I really don't know. We're still very hopeful that urban forestry is still important enough across all avenues that we're going to maintain a lot of grant money. So I would encourage the city to consider and keep looking for more grant money to get the rest of the parks and public spaces inventoried and included into this management plan. So with that, I am done and we'll take questions.
What do you recommend we plant?
The tree board actually has a list of species that we recommend, and I would just say let's stick with that. I don't have it right off the tip of my tongue.
What in the world? Okay. Any other questions?
I had a
Councilwoman
question.
Fox?
Thank you. This was really interesting, and I liked seeing all the different ways you looked at it. I just want to make a suggestion. I know these are just suggestions yourself for where the trees should be planted, but as a mom of boys, I would just let people know that the Monroe Park is used for practices. So there's been football practice and baseball practices out there because there's not a lot of park space when there's games going on at the fields they actually use. You know, dads will take them down to that park. So I would recommend leaving that one open in the middle just because it is utilized for practices. Other than that, I mean, I think it's fantastic. I won't be here when you guys actually decide where to plant them. So I just wanted that in the back of everyone's mind that that park is used for practicing, so.
Well, and that's exactly why we recommended a whole lot more than the 50
Yeah.
for unknowns or unforeseen. It doesn't mean there still can't be something planted there, but maybe not in the middle if it's being used for practices.
Thank you.
Good to know.
I will say the pine trees at Sunset are what the kids like to climb the most when you get to that part. Spend a lot of time up those.
Duly noted.
Do you consider a Russian olive a tree or a weed?
The absolute forester in me wants to call it a weed. And it's on an invasive or a noxious weed list. I don't want to promote planting them, but I don't know that we need to wipe them out everywhere they are.
Well,
We're Wyoming, we're here, they seem to thrive. However, I've already seen, in the 10 years I've been in Riverton, I've seen where they have started taking over and affecting negatively native flora.
yeah, if you look, not so much in our parks, of course, but
Right.
if you look to the north of town as you drive out, there's some fields that have been totally taken over where you can't even see the ground.
Yep.
And there's something that has to be done. And I know the city's not gonna do it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
They're hardy, though.
They are. And sometimes it's whatever you can get to survive is what you need to focus on. But no, as a forester, I have a hard time recommending, I won't recommend planting, but I have a hard time recommending removing all of them right away. Fair enough.
I guess I was talking with someone the other day about just making the Riverwalk more a place where people want to go, and they were talking about kind of having a bit of a tree line there, and it was good to see that some of what you were recommending was additional trees there in that location to kind of make it so when you're there, you're not seeing all the concrete and stuff that's right there over near the dog park. So, and we've planned, if I understand correctly, where you've got the potential locations, there already have been plans to be putting them and surrounding the dog park over there on the Riverwalk.
Yeah. And in fact, our Arbor Day tree planting was just trying to get that started with
Yeah.
our initial tree on the west side of the fence there.
I was gonna say, I was there. It was fun. Good looking. I mean, it's
Yeah.
definitely a 0 to 16, well, not 0, of course, but it's a 1 to 16 diameter tree.
Yeah. Yep.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schroyer. Appreciate it, and I think that was my photo that you displayed there of the dead tree. I think I took that one.
You think so?
Just bragging to me.
Might have been.
lately. I think that was my tree.
Not there anymore.
The one that was out of focus, is that the one that was out of focus?
Nope, the one that was very well framed from the bottom to the top, and then you can. All right, Ms. Schluck. I was just saying that I'm sorry that I always think we'll have meetings that we're going to get through things fast, and I'm just not going to say that anymore. I'm not even going to think it.
I also think I jinxed you.
Could be.
Yeah, I think that I did by letting you know how long our meetings lasted.
Well, I guess a little bit of introduction that I will make, if that's okay. You
Yes.
do your own.
Sure.
Ashley Schluck works, she's the Traffic Safety Resource Prosecutor, which is a grant-funded position.
Correct.
She is also a prosecutor theoretically for Albany County, or no, the municipal, correct?
I work with the city of Laramie, yes.
Yeah, okay, so
Kind of a name only.
the Laramie, yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm kind of a name only.
You have your office there, or, I mean.
My office is actually at home, which is why I have all the IT issues I do, I think.
Yeah, well, name only then.
Yeah,
Name only works for the
Sure.
Laramie Municipal Court as a prosecutor. But as the Traffic Safety Resource Prosecutor, she's a part of the DUI Task Force, very dedicated to assisting prosecutors around the state with prosecution of traffic safety-involved things, which for the most part tends to be DUIs. We had, of course, if you recall, some discussion last year about Delta 8 and some of the concerns there. It was interesting that we kind of stopped our discussion.
Yeah.
And the state legislature stepped in, and they decided they were going to do something.
Yes,
So
I was
they
very happy
addressed
about that.
some of those issues, and I feel like we kind of had our finger on the pulse, because we were talking about it, and then the legislature was like, oh, hey, this is something we've been talking about.
Yeah.
So after that discussion, I had realized, well, there's a lot of substances that we don't necessarily talk about that are out there that people take advantage of, use, whether good, bad, or indifferent doesn't matter, but they are, as you have up there, quote-unquote, legal drugs and synthetics. And so I thought it'd be good to have Ashley kind of tell us some about those, so we're aware of them. One of the discussions was Kratom. That was something that started the discussion, but then just kind of left once we got onto the Delta 8. And
Yeah.
so we've been trying to be here for a little while, and appreciate you coming in tonight.
Well, thank you for having me. I will talk about three kind of the big ones that we're seeing here in the state of Wyoming. As your honorable mayor just said, you guys were talking a little bit about Delta 8 and some of those hemp-derived derivatives. I will just let you all know that even though the legislature did step in, we are still seeing them. I think it's an enforcement issue, so places are still selling them. We still have kind of those hemp dispensaries, if you will. So just to give a little bit of background, so you all understand kind of what occurred there was a 2018 Farm Bill. So the feds decided to go ahead and pass hemp. So we've always kind of looked at hemp versus marijuana in a way that marijuana is a psychoactive substance and hemp is non-psychoactive. So if it had more than 0.3% delta-9 THC, it was considered marijuana. If it had less than 0.3 delta-9 THC, it was considered hemp. Not realizing that there were a bunch of other minor cannabinoids that looked very similar to delta-9 THC. We've always defined it. Our legality of a substance has always been defined as delta-9 THC for marijuana. Our laws were very much like it only focused on that Delta-9 THC. So these were able to kind of thrive, if you will. So it was a good replacement for marijuana for a very long time. As you can see, this is about a year old, but it's still recent. It's still accurate as of right now. Here is what Delta-9 THC legality looked like. So all of the dark green states have both medicinal and recreational Delta-9 THC products available. The Kelly Green State have medicinal use Delta-9 THC, and I think it's fair just to point out that medicinal and recreational Delta-9 THC products are the exact same thing. They just have a different tax structure. So recreational Delta-9 products are taxed at a much, much higher rate than the medicinal products. So as you can see, we've got some Kelly Green states where they did pass low threshold Delta-9 THCs because we were seeing kind of double, triple the amount of concentrated potency Delta-9 THC in the products from what the 80s and 90s were holding. So back in the 80s and 90s, Delta-9 THC naturally occurred about 7 to 9% in the flower. And now it is, you can't find anything under 20%. And they go up to about 30%. And then when we're talking about some of the other concentrate products, we're looking at 80 to 90%, even 99% Delta-9 THC. So we're talking about a purely very high potent product that is just intended to get the user as high as possibly can be. So while they were advertising and saying that these are natural products, when you talk about concentrates, they become very unnatural in the sense that they are concentrating the Delta-9 THC and people are using them more as an illicit substance to get very, very high than they are in the kind of the cell of Delta-9 THC. So with these hemp-derived intoxicants, and the reason I put these this map up is because now I've got a map of where they were, the hemp-derived intoxicants were illegal. So as you can see, most of the banned states, so are Colorado, are Oregon, Washington, most of the places where Delta-9 THC is legal and really were the forefront states of becoming legal, these products are illegal. So now we can change Wyoming, that green state, we can change it to a red state, and I'll talk about that here in a second. But as you can see, all of the legal states, so it's a very flip-flop depiction of our United States where all of the green states is where these products are legal and thriving. And then California, it has a very highly regulated Delta-8 THC market, and they actually run that through their Delta-9 THC dispensaries. So we started seeing a lot of dispensaries popping up here in the state of Wyoming. So lots of education going around about these products. I'll talk about these products just so you guys are aware of them because, like I said, we are still seeing them. So the legislature in March of this year passed a statute and a bill to ban these products that was effective as of July 1. So all of these products became banned here in the state of Wyoming. We started to see some dispensaries kind of going out of business, if you will. Some dispensaries kind of shifted their model into some of these other psychoactive substances that I'm going to talk about. And then some of these dispensaries are still selling product. I know that you're over your other jurisdiction here in Fremont County, Lander. I know that I was talking with the police there. They actually went in and they just took big boxes and they said, these are all ours now. They're not legal anymore. And so they actually took them from some of the places that were selling these after July 1. So I guess it was a choice of either getting charged or giving up their product. And so they just gave up their product. But again, there's a lot of places here in the state of Wyoming that are still, did I hit something? It's just fritzing. It's tired too. That are still selling these products. And I can tell you too that a lot of people can still get these products online. Most of the online manufacturers and retailers really try not to sell them to places where they're banned because that opens them up to criminal liability as well. However, I just recently did a search again last week, and there are a lot of retailers that are still selling here to Wyoming because they don't recognize that we have banned yet. They don't have a clue that we actually banned these through our legislative process as of July 1. Okay, so just so you know, like I said, Delta-9 THC kind of was the big main one that what everybody knew about when the hemp bill came about. People who are a lot more genius than I am found analogs and isomers. So basically what an analog is it looks very similar in chemical structure, or it acts similar in the brain. So it binds to receptors in the brain in a similar fashion. So we started seeing Delta 8 pop up, Delta 10 pop up, and some of these other ones, THCO, THCP, HHC, all of these things started popping up as legal because they were minor cannabinoids. We didn't realize that they were psychoactive in there, but some scientist, entrepreneur that knew a lot about how these work in the brain definitely exposed them and started to sell them as psychoactive products. And essentially the way that they got these psychoactive products is they took hemp products, so they took the CBD in hemp. So CBD, true CBD is non-psychoactive. It won't impair a person, it won't give people a high that they want. But what they did with the CBD is they decided to convert it into these products by adding a solvent or a different process. So they were adding things that are probably not good for our systems, but because they're not FDA regulated, they don't have to say what they were adding in order to convert it. So they were taking substances and adding them into them. So essentially people took off with this Delta 8, Delta 10 idea, and really they were, saying it was diet weed or weed light, and so they were really marketing it to people like saying, hey, if this Delta 9 THC stuff is too strong for you, because many people are saying that it is way too strong for them, use this instead because it's going to be a lot more clear and subdued high. It won't give you the psychoactive negative effects that Delta 9 THC was seeing with people. It wasn't likely to exacerbate stress and anxiety like Delta 9 was doing in some individuals, and also causing some of those psychotic episodes and breaks. So they were really pushing people to use this as an alternative to Delta 9 THC if Delta 9 THC was too strong for you, or if your community jurisdiction didn't have legalized Delta 9 THC products. So as you can see, they are,
I guess just as a note, supposedly they were getting it from hemp. I
Yeah.
mean, legally, that's the only way they could get it. But you could also get the same from marijuana.
Yes, yes.
And you could claim it was from hemp.
Mhm.
But there's no way that you could prove that it came from marijuana or from hemp because
Yeah.
you don't have the original plant.
Right. And so it has like an interesting evolution because when these products first started coming out too, they were basically like the DEA came out and said, well, these products are completely legal. And then about a year later, they kind of like backpedaled a little bit and said, well, they're not legal unless they're coming straight, like naturally occurring in the hemp plant. So if it's a synthetic, then it's not legal. Well, labs can't tell if it's synthetic or if it's naturally occurring because all they test for is the substance, and they say, okay, there's Delta 8 in here, so they don't know how it came to be. And so that was kind of this big loophole that these manufacturers and companies were able to exploit because a lab couldn't come and say, yes, like this is naturally occurring, yes, this is synthetic. And so even though we know that really you could not get enough Delta 8 or Delta 10 THC from the hemp itself because it is a minor cannabinoid occurring, and I asked many toxicologists and they said you would not get more than 1%, so that would not make somebody high. So we knew they were synthetic, but we couldn't prove they were synthetic, and that causes prosecutorial challenges, right, and enforcement challenges. So these were really allowed to kind of just explode on the market. And they are sold, as you can see from this infographic, they are sold in the exact same way the Delta 9 THC products are sold. They have the cartridges that you can vape. You can also get disposable cartridges. They have the edibles, and they have flour. I will say that even though it looks like flour, these products, if they're selling the bud or they're selling the plant material, it is not true flour. It's not something that somebody just went and picked and put it into a package. In fact, it is fortified with the Delta 8 or the Delta 10. So what they do is they cryogenically infuse, or they like spray it on, or they like dip it in the Delta 8, Delta 10, or some of these other hemp-derived intoxicants in that actual substance to get it that way. So it was interesting. I was having a conversation with some law enforcement. They said, is that why that these plant materials actually feel a little more spongy than the actual Delta 9 THC plants? And yes, that is exactly why, is because there is a little bit of fortification. There's an actual extra like substance to that, and so it doesn't dry all the way like Delta 9 THC flower does. Then we started seeing too, just like Delta 9 THC, we started to see a heavy increase in dabs, and dabs are For those of you who don't know, because a lot of people aren't very familiar if they don't kind of work in this world, they are kind of a waxy material. They come in a little bit of different forms, so they could be kind of syrupy. They could look like butter. They could look like shatter, which is kind of like hard candy but thinner. And it can also, kind of look like molasses. And so with dabs, the reason they're called dabs is high times came out when legalization started to occur and commercialization really started to happen. Basically, High Times said a little dab will do you. So they were telling people that if you were initiating on these products, essentially you were supposed to use no more than the ball in a ballpoint pen or the equivalent of a 12-point Times New Roman period. So if you think about that on your guys' agendas, that's like how much they tell you to use. It's a very, very small amount. It gets people very, very high, very fast. And so it's attractive to those people that like to use often, but it's not something that they recommend that people initiate on because of that. So I always tell people to go to YouTube if they're curious to see what those effects look like. Just go to YouTube, Google, or not Google, I guess, just search for first-time dab users, and you will get a whole host of kind of how instant this takes form and how high people get using this stuff. So kind of an interesting thing to look. And then we started seeing a lot of tinctures as well, things that you can add to foods and drinks to then get your high that way. So here's just an example of like Delta 8. This comes in all of these forms come in all of these hemp-derived intoxicants that I'm talking about. I do like to point out that a lot of the names are very similar to Delta 9 THC. It's definitely just an alternative legalized cannabinoid. Again, not legal here anymore, but it's just good to know that they really are promoting this as a good alternate for Delta 9 THC if you can't use it. For the longest time, they were telling people, especially here in Wyoming, I had a chance to go into a lot of the hemp dispensaries as I toured the state, kind of giving presentations on these, and they were telling people the product says really, really prominently 100% hemp-derived Delta 8 THC, or it says 100% CBD-derived Delta 8 THC or whatever. So it has some sort of CBD or hemp component on it. And so the interesting thing is people are not thinking that they're using drugs, even though it's getting them high, because they will tell people, I'm using CBD or I'm using hemp. And so it kind of gives a notion to other people that they're using something that's not going to necessarily get them high. Like I said, CBD in its truest form will not get somebody high, but if they convert it, then it certainly will. So these places were telling people to keep their packaging and to keep their receipts and then show it to law enforcement when they get pulled over, so then they won't get a ticket for possession because it was a legal substance, if you will. So here's another example of some of the things that we were seeing, again, because it's not FDA regulated and not FDA controlled. These things can be made in a non-commercial kitchen. And so we saw kind of the same thing going on with edibles when they first legalized and commercialized in Colorado. I remember a very distinct news report going out about how somebody was making their edibles in their washer and dryer, which they were also using for their dirty clothes. So we don't know where these products come from. They have no control. They're not necessarily in sanitary environments. And again, because they don't have FDA regulations, they don't have to be honest about what they're putting in their product. They just can put whatever they want in it. So that is also very, very concerning. And then here's just an example of the vape pens. They were selling them in the same sort of forms, just so you know, when Delta 9 THC kind of like started commercializing pretty heavily, they started having sativas and indicas. And so a sativa is supposed to be more stimulating and act more like a stimulant. An indica is supposed to act more like your traditional cannabis and be a little more depressing and make you relax. And so I remember sativa, S for stimulant, and then indica is indicouch. So you're going to relax and, chill out for the time being and kind of zone out, if you will. And then they also have hybrids. So they're selling these products the exact same way. The product on the right, this cookies product, is an actual Delta 9 THC. I guarantee all of you will start seeing kids wearing these cookies, sweatshirts and hats and t-shirts. I see them all the time now. That's just basically saying I'm repping like this cookies brand, which is Delta 9 THC marijuana. It is to the cannabis world what like Nike or Adidas is to the sports world. It's very popular and very looked upon. So obviously this cake company capitalized on that fact and really started marketing their products very similarly to cookies in order to get kind of that, recognizability and having them, people want to buy them because of that. And cake is very, very popular. So if you see it, you'll probably see it here. I know you guys had a store selling cake products at one point in time. I honestly didn't get a chance to go to your stores here today to see if they're actually being sold still or if they actually have wiped them out. Here are just some examples just so you guys can see what these dabs look like. The one on the lower left-hand corner looks like kind of very wet, sticky sugar. You got your butter. This is actually pretty clear in the upper corner there. It's usually more yellow or has a yellow tinge to it, kind of like the picture on the right. But kids and youth do put these in kind of Carmex tubs in order to conceal them because some of the forms of dabs do look like Carmex, and so they are putting them in their Carmex tubs and then they can use them. So definitely something that if you've got a child that's using Carmex and that's a little out of behavior for them, go ahead and check that out because it might not be, but they do like to conceal them and put them in things like that. So they do look like other products, if you will. So I just put this up here because I talked about the unregulation of these products, and so I think it's interesting that this Ethos company, which is a Delta 8, Delta 10 THC type of company, they put, you got to be careful because your potency may not match your label, and that can go either way. You can either be more potent or it could be less potent, so maybe you're not getting, the potency that you're thinking you're going to get. And then because it's not tested for contaminants, so there's a lot of contamination in a lot of these things and a lot of contaminants that can be harmful, and I'm guessing we'll see kind of where these come along in the next 10 to 20 years. We may not even see the effects until it's been a while. So those contaminants aren't tested for, and then even if they do test for contaminants, the results are often inaccurate. They don't use labs that are accredited, and they don't use labs that are reliable in producing accurate results because they just want to sell it and sell it quickly. So HHC came along. I'll go through these kind of quick so I can hit some of these other ones, but this was a pretty big rising cannabinoid. It is made through the same process that we make butter to margarine, so they just put hydrogen in it and hydronize the CBD. People like to use it because it's, it gives that euphoria and that uplifting mood boost, if you will. So these are the ones that you really have to be looking for that are really quite frightening, if you will. They say that these are anywhere from 3 to 10 times stronger than any other THC variant. That would be inclusive of Delta 9 THC, so they are more potent and more they're stronger, they last longer, they give it a heavier high, and definitely impair a lot more. So THCO, THCP, THCH, THCB, kind of a little bit of alphabet soup there, but they do give that both a mental high, like a heavy mental high, as well as a heavy physical buzz. Some of these products will produce like hallucinatory states or hallucinations. They also will amplify senses, and they will produce synesthesia, which is kind of what we call a transposition of the senses. So people start to like taste sound and feel color, and so it definitely makes somebody very, very impaired. But the concern with that is now we're looking at substances that are very much of illicit substances. Like we've moved from traditional cannabis to something much, much stronger that lasts a lot longer. And they like to take these two because, as I said, it's almost an instant reaction. And if you go to those YouTube videos, you can really see how just like that, they're high. So interesting, same company, I put this up here. They say with these products, so THCO is supposed to be kind of the lower one of the rest of them, like H and P and B are supposed to be way stronger. They say that this product is too strong for most consumers. It's not even for some consumers, it is most consumers. So these are the products that are really, really popular right now amongst our youth and our users because it does pack that powerful punch. And so they do warn that it could worsen anxiety, it could affect balance, and again, all of these products are unregulated. So here's something interesting that we're seeing still. I think that the hemp dispensaries think that THCA kind of skirts the law. It doesn't. So they're selling it because it does not have a cannabinoid in it. It just has THCA. So THCA is a precursor to delta-9 THC. You have to go through a decarboxylation process where as soon as you add heat to it, then it turns into delta-9 THC. After reading our statute very carefully, it says that it is post-decarboxylation. So if somebody were to light this up and then they tested it, and if post-decarboxylation it has that delta-9 THC, it's considered illegal. So THCA products are illegal, but I do see a lot of our hemp dispensaries and some of our smoke shops and stuff are still selling this, trying to say, well, it's not illegal because it does not have a psychoactive substance in it. So true, it does not have a psychoactive substance in it at the time, but as soon as the user takes it and uses it, it becomes psychoactive because it turns into delta-9 THC. So these products are also illegal under our law as written. Thankfully, we had a good staff from the crime lab who made sure that this was put in, and so it really covered that loophole, if you will, although the hemp dispensaries are still saying that the loophole exists, even though it doesn't.
You're saying you probably shouldn't take legal advice from hemp dispensaries?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, not the best for legal advice. And in fact, I think that they're still selling a lot of things that they shouldn't be selling, and people are exposing themselves to some criminal prosecution potentially if they get caught with these products. So as you can see, because it requires that heat source to turn it into delta-9 THC, most of these products come in some sort of flower form, or like a pre-rolled, and then this crystalline, which is it's just highly compressed, kind of like you make, diamonds from a rock. You just push it, compress it, and it makes that product as well. All right, any questions on that? So we'll move on to some of these other things that we see real quick. Animita mascara became popular right around the time that we started banning. I started seeing more of this maybe a year and a half ago. So when I started giving these presentations around the state, I did see a lot more Animita mascara here in the state of Wyoming. I think it was wildly popular everywhere else, but it certainly is an emerging trend. I think that part of the reason that we are seeing this trend is because of all of the microdosing that we're seeing with LSD and mental health issues, and so now people are trying to self-medicate, but essentially they do compare this to delta-8. So they say that this is the delta-8 of the hallucinogen world, and so it acts very similar to psilocybin mushrooms when taken and ingested in high doses. Just so you all know, so that kind of Smurf-looking mushroom that I had here, that is an actual Animita mascara. It is a highly poisonous mushroom. And so what these companies are doing is they say that they're taking the toxins out of the mushroom and then they're making their product with what's left over. So I wouldn't trust it, but clearly a lot of other people trust it and they're not having issues and they're not dying from the toxicity, but that is how they're getting it. So it's a toxic mushroom that's totally legal because there would be no reason to make it illegal at prior to this point in time when somebody figured out that they could take the toxins out. But we do see a lot of these sold in smoke shops, and some gas stations have them, and then some shopping malls and like the teen type stores, so Hot Topic and some of those more focused on youth. A lot of people like to use these too because these are not flagged in a drug screen. So if somebody has to go in and take a drug test for work or for probation and parole or for whatever it may be, these will not pop up. Unlike the cannabinoids I just talked about, those will pop up because they are so similar in structure to, and because they are a cannabinoid, to the delta-9 THC, they will pop up on a drug screen. These will not. So very popular. People get hallucinations. They say that they're walking in a dreamlike state, and it really depends on how much people take. There are dosing charts will say, if you just want this mild high, take 1 gummy. If you want a higher high, take 2. If you want to be out of this world and really out of your mind, then take a lot more. And so they do have a lot of different effects, kind of all across the board, but that dreamlike state, euphoria, hallucinations, whether they be visual or auditory, that is kind of what people are looking for. So here are just some examples of what these products can look like, generally speaking. We usually see kind of either these cubes that look like they're maybe rolled in sugar. They will have, some of them have like mushroom caps, so they look like little mushroom gummies or mushroom cap gummies. And then I put that happy hemp in there just to show that kind of connection and nexus to that hemp-derived intoxicants product where they want to promote that. Chocolates seem to be really popular with these. Interestingly enough, mushrooms in general are really popular with chocolates, so you can get some bars that look very much like something that you would buy in a high-end store. And so they're hard to tell unless you really, really look at them. They come in all sorts of different flavors. And then this tree house that's on the right there, that is an actual Delta-9 THC brand, which has branched out into the mushroom world. So they are selling their products as well. So pretty popular. And then we see these kind of energy drink looking things. So, you know, the 5-hour energies, these are about the same size. And they will have kind of, as you can see, caps floating. And then that bottom one is just a tincture or an example of a tincture. So they can be taken in a couple of different ways, generally in edible form or in this liquid form is kind of what we see the most of. Don't really see a lot of vapes in it, but they do have vapes. Okay, any questions on that? We'll get to the big one, kratom. I know this is kind of the most interesting one for everybody because this is kind of really, really popular now. Kratom's been around forever. Like it is, it's a leaf. It comes from a plant indigenous of Southeast Asia, kind of that area. That's why you see a lot of like Bali or Thai references because that's kind of where it comes from. They did start seeing a lot of kratom use, not saying that there's a cause there, but there is a connection where they did see some kratom use increase as soon as the marijuana stuff started legalizing and exploding. And so we started seeing this. And like I said, this has been around for a really long time. In fact, I have been in the business, so I prosecuted before I did this job. I've been in the business for 20 years, and I remember seeing a kratom case maybe my second year prosecuting. So it's been around for a long time, but just nobody really paid much attention to it because a lot of people really weren't using it. But then we see kind of this marijuana use, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that. So just so you guys are all aware, the FDA has issued a public health advisory saying that this is a drug of concern. This has been a drug of concern for a very long time. And so while the FDA supports kind of more research and more looking into it, they do say that it is very addictive and that it's got a lot of health things associated with it, so we need to be concerned about it. There have been a lot of states too that have either completely banned kratom or have put consumer protection bans on them where if the drug itself actually harms somebody, then the consumer can come and sue, or, you know, if they cause a death, then, you know, a family member or somebody impacted can go and sue the company for that. So it's interesting to see that. We do, there have been a lot of lawsuits for people dying from this drug, and I'll explain why here in a few seconds. But as you can see, there's a couple of forms of consumption. So you can use it by chewing leaves. We don't really see that here because it's not indigenous to the United States. So getting fresh leaves is probably difficult to do. But that's how they use it kind of in the Southeast Asia areas, in the fields and stuff. Or you can dry the leaves, grind them into a powder, use it that way, or you could make it into tea, or we see a lot of the powder in capsules, extracts and tinctures and stuff like that. So they take the powder and make it into something else. In low doses, kratom has a stimulating effect, so it increases energy, alertness. They say that it helps with focus, and so they really do tell people to use this in small doses. It will give you a mood boost. They also, going into a lot of places that sell this, I've had a lot of conversations, they sell it as an alternative to alcohol. So they say, if you don't like alcohol or you don't like, you know, the hangover that you get the next day, you should use kratom instead because it is a better substance than alcohol for those reasons. And so they will sell it as an alternative to alcohol, and they really promote that and push that. And there's a lot of bars, especially in the Front Range area. So we're talking Colorado, Fort Collins, Loveland, Denver. We're starting to see a lot of non-alcoholic bars that are selling kratom drinks in order for people to have that sociability and get like drunk, but not drunk because it's not alcohol. In high doses, so kratom, and this is, I think, part of why we're also seeing this rise in kratom use. I think it's a result of the opioid epidemic where people are not able to get their pain pills as readily from their prescribers. It's because in high doses, kratom acts like opioids. It acts like pain pills, it acts like heroin, and so you see that really strong sedative effect. It will really relax somebody, it will provide pain relief, and then you get everything with high-dose kratom use as you do with opioid, prescription pill use, heroin use, narcotic use. And so while it gives all of these associated benefits, it also comes with the associated negative things. Interestingly enough, they did see kind of an increase in not only the use, but also the deaths. So the CDC reported that there was an increase in kratom death, but they also said to be careful about the statistics because they think that that number is actually quite larger because people aren't testing for kratom. They weren't testing for kratom when they were looking at deaths, and so there were a lot of unexplained deaths that they thought were heroin associated, and they didn't test for the kratom, so they now think, well, maybe if we had tested for kratom, that it might have been a kratom death. So we are starting to see an increase in addiction with this, an increase in deaths and injury and overdose. Interestingly enough, because it does bind to the opioid receptors in the brain, Narcan and Naloxone will act on kratom. So if somebody is having an overdose event, you can use Narcan to get them out of that overdose because it will block all of the receptors in the brain. So the reason we are also concerned with kratom and why I think people are using it too is it looks like a safe alternative. People are like, well, I can just go to the gas station and buy this, or I can go to a herbal shop and buy this, or I can go down to, whatever store and buy this. And so because it's legal, it must be safe. And so they think that, they're also using that opioid epidemic to say, hey, this is a safe alternative to pain pills. So I can actually have the same effect, but I don't have to use those pain pills anymore. So we're starting to see a lot of self-medication and a lot of people either using to get out of the withdrawals from their other substance, or they are just trying to use it in place of their other substance. So here, and I'll be happy to send this link to anybody. I didn't embed it in here just because it was too big, but I'll be happy to send this article. It was a news report basically saying, my gas station, my drug dealer. So anybody, if you guys have Maverick in town, I know that Lander does. I always use a pit stop here, but a lot of gas stations sell this stuff right by the register. So I just challenge all of you when you go into a gas station, just kind of take a look. They have the bottles that look like 5-Hour Energy. They also have capsules and pills. A lot of us just kind of overlook it because we're not looking for it, but it is readily available and extremely easy to purchase. So I kind of went as quickly as I could through that. It's a lot of information. There's a lot more to it, but I just wanted to kind of give you guys an exposure to it because these guys asked me to come in and talk about it a little bit so you guys are aware. Obviously, when you can buy something at the gas station, and we have no legal age that you can or cannot buy these products. So with the Amanita muscaria and with the kratom, people can just go in and buy it at any age. A lot of companies, so the gas stations, there's a lot of them that will say you have to be 18 to buy it and they ask for ID, but we know how gas station clerks are sometimes. They don't always do what they're supposed to do per their company, and quite frankly, it's not legal to sell unless it's an edible form, and then we do have a law that it gets a little dicey and tricky, but just know that our youth are getting it, and it's not illegal for them to possess or to use or to give to other people. So here's my contact information. I know it's late at night and I've hit you with a lot of information that quite frankly terrifies me, so I can only imagine for all of you who are hearing some of this stuff for the first time, might terrify you a little bit, but if you all need to get a hold of me, please feel free to call or text me on my cell phone there, and there is also my email address. If you're interested in getting a copy of this PowerPoint, I have a much, much longer one too if you want to see more pictures of more stuff. I'm happy to provide that to you all too. So with that, thank you so much, Honorable Mayor, Council, City staff. Any questions for me before I sit down?
Any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
Like with kratom, if that's available over the counter, obviously that can impair you if you're driving.
Yep.
Is there a way to test for that, or if you have kids, is there a way to test for that, or?
So we have to have a special, you can test for it, but our state does not test for kratom right now. So if somebody gets pulled over for driving impaired as a result of kratom, we actually have to send it to a different lab. So there's only a handful of labs in the United States, and so where I suggest people send it to is a lab in Pennsylvania called NMS. They kind of do everything, and so they can test for everything. So it can be tested for, you just have to have a method in order to test for it in the blood, and we just don't have that up and running just yet.
So how does law enforcement in Wyoming deal with that? And obviously you can cite for impaired driving.
Right.
But how do you go about proving that?
So we have, I'll put my plug in for drug recognition experts. We have what are called drug recognition experts. They go through a whole host of schooling where they attend a couple weeks of schooling, then they have to go through field certifications where they have to identify so many people impaired by so many different drugs, and then they have to have a confirmation that their assessment of that person was accurate with toxicology. And so these individuals, they go through what we call a 12-step process. So the arresting officer will obviously they'll identify the impairment, they'll document the impairment, and then in best practice life, they will then call a DRE and say, hey, can you meet me at the detention facility or wherever they take them? And then the DRE comes in and they will ask the individual to participate in this 12-step evaluation after reading the Miranda. So we're covering ourselves legally. And most people, interestingly enough, most people do the DRE evaluation. Even if they're not cooperative with the arresting officer, they'll do the DRE evaluation and go through that step. So they do a whole bunch of different things where they'll look at the eyes, they'll look at some vital signs, they'll look at other things and determine impairment. And then we just have to argue as prosecutors that the individual is impaired to a degree that renders them incapable of safely driving. So we just have to show that either their mental or physical faculties are impaired to that degree.
Short answer, difficult, possible.
Right.
But it's hard because, and I wasn't trying to say your answer wasn't short. By the way, the fastest speakers where you can still retain it.
Right. I do, I am.
By the way.
I've been compared to the Micro Machines guy, if stating myself.
It can get difficult because you're going to be finding impairment, and you're like, okay, I know the guy's impaired, but then the next step is, what are they impaired by?
Yeah.
And so we rely a lot on labs and that necessity to get the blood. So then they might send the blood to the Wyoming State Crime Lab.
Yeah.
The crime lab might come back and say, there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Then we realize, okay, there's something going on, though. We need to send it somewhere else. And that's where it gets difficult. I mean, it gets a little bit ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah. And it's some of it, too, is just finesse of the officer and their investigation. Some officers are really good at getting admissions. And I always encourage officers, to ask the questions like, how do you feel right now? And, do you feel impaired to drive? And those types of questions where it's amazing sometimes what people will say when you ask those questions.
Well, they're impaired.
I was.
That's right. Exactly.
I think you answered it, that you've got to analyze the blood, or you take hair samples or whatever.
Just blood or urine here, but if it's drugs, we go for blood.
You want blood because urine can show the presence of things, but it's not going to necessarily indicate impairment, which is the next part that we have to prove. So blood is best.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I almost wish we just completely remove the option of urine completely, but
I feel like that'd be a great thing to talk to your legislatures about.
It's a little less intrusive.
I agree. I don't.
Urine.
Urine's less intrusive, but it takes a lot longer, and I
have to do 2 tests.
It's
You have to
gross.
within a certain period of time.
Right.
And they've got to be viewed. It's just, it's a pain.
Your Honor, what's the criteria to get the blood?
Probable cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have
So
to have
you
probable
ask
cause.
So essentially what they do is they'll read what we call implied consent. Not everybody knows this, but in the fine print, when you get your driver's license, you basically say that if you ever got arrested for a DUI, that you would agree to take the test. And really it's implied consent because you can revoke consent when you get contacted and you get arrested. But if somebody's unconscious, then they use implied consent to take your blood. Or you say, I'm going to take your blood because you've agreed to do this by having a driver's license, but you can revoke that consent. And so after implied consent is read, a person can either agree to take the blood test, because if we suspect drugs, we can just demand it be of a blood test. So that person can either take the blood test, or if they decline to take the blood test, we can get a search warrant
For blood.
for blood.
Theoretically be strapped down and.
I feel like the Supreme Court would basically say if we tried to do a catheter on somebody, like, I don't think they would be very happy with that, because that's way more intrusive than taking someone's blood.
That's a good point.
So it's illegal to be driving and impaired,
Correct.
but you're saying kratom isn't illegal?
So kratom itself is not illegal. So there's a lot of substances, and I'll just put this, like, it sounds crazy, but we had a case in Laramie where when we sent it out to a whole bunch of different labs, this person had an ungodly amount of caffeine in her system, and she was definitely impaired, but it was all they could find. So she might have had something else in it that wasn't testable, but the caffeine was what we had to argue. So caffeine's legal. If we can show that it is impairing that person and they're incapable of safely driving as a result of what they've consumed, then even though the substance is legal, they can still get a DUI from it.
So really, doesn't it fall down to, you just got to prove they're impaired?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what they're impaired by.
You have to show they're impaired by something.
I'm in a sugar high because I had too many donuts. I can't drive straight, or whatever.
We have to show that they're impaired by a drug. So it's basically the way that it's defined. We have any sort of controlled substances is defined within the Controlled Substances Act. Inhalants, glues, vapors, and then we have a very broad catch-all that says anything when taken into the system causes impairment.
So in other words, you couldn't get a DUI if you were sleepy, just regular sleepy. Now, if you're sleepy because you were on a meth high,
right,
and you're coming down off of your meth high, you're impaired by meth. Even though the meth might not be what's impairing you, it's the post effects of meth, right? If you're just sleepy and you're driving and you cause an accident, that's reckless driving. If you kill somebody, it's obviously a manslaughter, but it's different. And you're right. You still have to show that it is a drug that causes the impairment.
Yes.
But caffeine is a drug, so you could get her for being over-caffeinated.
Yes.
How's that for weird?
Yeah, it's really weird. So if you're one of those people that likes to drink those Celsiuses, be careful, because the bottle does say don't drink more than 2 a day.
We see these young kids drinking 4 or 5 or
Oh, a lot of them.
energy drinks, a day, and it's not good for you.
Right, exactly.
Too many Twinkies isn't good for you either. So,
Right, like, so even like air dust, like the dust off, the air, the compressed air, people, that seems to be a big youth thing. They like to do the compressed air or Axe body spray, because if you tilt it upside down, you can get high on that too, yeah. So we see a lot of those, and those usually end up in crashes, which is why they're contacted, because they just black out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation we had with impaired driving too. Like, I always welcome a good conversation about impaired driving. It's my passion.
Well, and I guess I would say too, so part of why I wanted Ashley to come was because we had that discussion, and it wasn't this year, it was last year. It was last year's bar conference.
Yeah.
That she did a presentation. And I was like, hey, this was a really good presentation. And by the way, she kept the attention of a lot of lawyers, which is difficult.
Yeah, I had a room full, so, and I kept your attention too, which I'm actually kind of proud of myself, being that it's almost 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And I provide education to all sorts of different groups and stuff, so if you guys need me for anything, contact me. I'm happy to come. My grant pays for everything, so I'm free, which is even better, right?
Well, appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Hannah, what can we hear from you?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just hoping that perhaps someone would advocate with, Tana, Fremont County Prevention Program. Someone would advocate for Ashley to come present at FK?
That sounds great. I can visit with Tim.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Hope you all have Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Okay, I know everybody wants to go home. We have to have a short executive session. So I would like to entertain a motion to convene an executive session for the purpose of personnel pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164405A2 or 164405A10.
I move to have a short executive meeting.
I second the short part.
Okay. Do you second the meeting part two?
Yes, I do.
All right. Councilwoman Borders with the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes with 2 nay votes noted.
I always wanted to do that.
And 52. I'd invite Mr. Butterfield. Who are the nay votes? Councilman Pronto?
No, Cox and
I didn't nay. Cox, Salisbury.
Cox and Salisbury.
I've always wondered that. I'm like, okay.
The rest of us were ayes with objections.
Your objections are noted.
That couldn't have been better. Voted for the short.
Oh, my goodness. Great, actually. I love that idea.
As an item that we've already approved, you don't need a motion to adjourn. At the end of the meeting, you just call the meeting adjourned.
Then we're adjourned.
We
Hurry up before the mayor gets here.
Oh, I'm gonna be ready.
That's an interesting experience that day. I wouldn't have said no. You could have brought me back some. All right. We are reconvened into regular session. Well, no, actually, we have to have a motion to reconvene into regular session.
So moved.
Second.
Third.
Councilman Bailey with the motion. Councilwoman Borders with the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Move to adjourn.
Motion passed.
Second.
Regular session is reconvened at 11:05 PM. We have a motion to adjourn from Councilman Pronto, second by Councilman Bailey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay. Kidding.
Opposed, we've noted your nay vote for Councilman Pronto.
Make a statement, Lindsay.
Yes.
That's funny.
Call for the question.
Yeah.